all the right ingredients, uninhibited, in exposing the hard, cold facts about the Watchtower Society. And now, in Disney.
Well, hello everyone, and welcome in. Welcome into JW World News. Wow, we're going to give you the top stories this week that are going on behind the curtains of the Watchtower. So by all means, stay tuned. Hello, everyone, and welcome in. My name's Rick Farron. I'm coming to you from the apostate capital of the world, right up here in Boston, Massachusetts. And man, I'm going to tell you, more and more people are leaving the Watchtower. I think the whole country is going to be the apostate. The whole world is going to be the apostate capital of the world very shortly. Well, I hope you're doing good tonight. I hope everything is moving in the right direction for you. Aren't we always glad to hear all of the cynical, negative, critical news in the Watchtower? Hey, what kind of people are we? I often think of that. Why do we really like to see the Watchtower in trouble? I think it's pretty easy. I think what's running through your mind right now, that's running through my mind, this organization has hurt a lot of people. I mean, really hurt. I'm not just talking about a slap on the hand. I'm talking about destroying people's lives. You just heard Anne Marie. You heard how people were disconnected from reality, so to speak, because of being a Jehovah's Witness, not taking the jobs they wanted to take. They couldn't make extra money. It's a shame what this Watchtower has done. And a lot of people today are really hurting big time as they got older because the Watchtower didn't want them to get a good job where they could have had a good career and they could have put some money aside. But so many of our poor ex-Jehovah's Witnesses are so poor, and it's a shame. And it's all because of the Watchtower. Really, it's so much understandable. If you're a Jehovah's Witness or have been a Jehovah's Witness, you know what I am talking about. They don't like anything. They don't care for anything but themselves. They're true narcissists. Well, I'll tell you what, I go through the internet every single week. I try to find the top stories that are going on behind the curtains. And now this actually is an anniversary week. We've been on the air now 16 years. I'm sorry, 17. 17 years on January 26th is when we first started. We have never missed a Saturday night program. We are here because you are here. And we came on every Saturday night because I know so many people rely on talking to someone in real time about their trek in the Watchtower and how refreshing that can be. And there's people listening in right now to this program. They might be laying on a bed somewhere, sitting on a sofa, and they're so distraught. Maybe their family members have left, not speaking to them at all, and relatives. And maybe they're being shunned big time. Their whole life is in shambles. Their life is, they almost feel useless. So that's why we talk about the Watchtower. I don't have a soft spot from the top of my head to the bottom of my feet. There's not too many good things I can say about that organization. And I have to tell you, you guys, it's just not me sitting here and bloviating and telling you all of this. You already know it. You already know it. And what the Six Screens does in their live format is it enables people to come in real time, hear the real news, hear the real truth about the Watchtower, and they can relate to it. They can hear other people talking and sharing their stories. I wish I had something like this when I left the Watchtower. I wouldn't be able to get enough of it. Seriously. I'd be having my earplugs put in. I would listen to every word that was said. And I'll tell you why it's so important. It's really important for PMOs, PIMQs, even for active Jehovah's Witnesses who have some doubting thoughts about the Watchtower. It's so important for them to listen into this, because what it does, when they hear all of these people speaking up and commenting, they say, geez, I'm not alone. If you roll the clock back to the 1980s, late 80s, mid 80s, the internet was not here. And when people got out of the Watchtower, they felt very isolated. They thought that they were the only ones that left. They're the only apostates. But that's what the internet has done. It's enabled all of us to be able to get together and share our thoughts. And that's a given gift. That's a God-given gift, really, when you think about it. So now we can share our thoughts. The internet is the great equalizer. Now, not only for the Jehovah's Witnesses, but for government, for bad businesses. The internet is really straightening a lot of this malarkey out. People can see what's going on, and they have a bird's eye view of what's happening. Well, let's take a look and see what's going on here tonight. Let me see what the top story is here. Well, we got a number of stories. Sometimes I don't put them much in order, but we're going to talk tonight, first of all, about lawsuits that have been filed in New York under the New York Child Victims Act. And boy, the lawsuits are mounting like crazy. And this is a good thing. Now, remember a couple of years ago, the state of New York opened up the window for people to come and forward with their abuse in the Watchtower or any religion or any place they've been molested. The state of New York said, look, there's no statute of limitation. If it happened 50 years ago, you can come in and file a suit. So many people have taken advantage of that. And right now in New York alone, there's 6 lawsuits against the Watchtower. They're all documented. They're all online. I think it's amazing. I think it's amazing to be able to see these lawsuits, who's filing the complaints, who the defendants are. It's all right there. You can read the court cases. So I'm just going to give you a little idea. So I'm looking here in front of me. I'm looking at six suits against the Watchtower alone in the state of New York. I'm not going to go into all 6, but I'm going to focus in here on a lawsuit. Now, Zalkin Law Firm, he's involved. In fact, I guess evidently he's involved in all 6 of these lawsuits. Now, you don't want Zalkin coming after you. The Watchtower knows he's a pit bull, and he's really bringing some justice to so many people that have been hurt, and he's really hurting the pocketbooks of the Watchtower. So this first case I'm going to talk about is a case that was filed in New York. It was filed way back in October of 2020. And it was a filing by 2 particular Jehovah's Witness women that were young when this happened. But Suzanne Gomez and Elisa Diaz, there's 2 Spanish girls, witnesses, and the defendant, the Watchtower. Well, he was a ministerial servant, and his name is Penelver. That's his name, Brother Penelver. So anyways, he's the ministerial servant, and boy, do I love how Zalkin really puts a case together. He spends a lot of time doing that, and I'm so happy to see lawsuits coming against the Watchtower like this. But what I've noticed in reading through these lawsuits in the last week, what I notice, I mean, all the I's are dotted, all the T's are crossed. Now, what Zalkin does, he's just not happy making one defendant. So in this case, Penelver, that's the defendant. He's the ministerial servant. He doesn't only name Brother Penelver as the defendant. Man, he goes after the governing body. He names them all by name. He goes after the elders in the congregation for not reporting this. I mean, he paints a very broad brush. He just doesn't go after that one defendant. All of his lawsuits, if you could read them, this guy does his homework, friends. If I ever wanted a good lawyer, I'd tell you I'd want Erwin Zalkin. This guy is onto it. So, anyways, just to make a long story short, Penalver, the defendant, he was actually molesting Suzanne Gomez and Elisa Diaz. And they were young girls at the time. And of course, the elders were covering up. The Watchtower itself was covering up. And we know that. Geez, we've been reporting on child molestation here for many years. And we all know that they cover it up. So what I find of fascination here, though, is this is getting some traction. Now, what I understand here is the Watchtower is already making settlements on these cases. And that's the good thing. I think, I mean, I'm not sure, but it looks like all of these cases have been settled. And they go back to 2020, so it's taken a few years, but it looks like for the most part, all of these cases have been settled outside of court. Now, that's interesting that the Watchtower is doing this a lot. And how many court cases is the Watchtower actually settling outside of court? Well, when Erwin Zalkin comes after these bums like a pit bull, like I say, that he names all the governing body. They don't want to, they don't want to run the risk of perhaps being summoned in, even though they're going to groan, moan, complain. But there's always that chance that they could be summoned in. And what a fiasco that would be for the governing body. So a lot of these cases are settled out of court. And how many cases do we know of, friends, that are being settled out of court by the Watchtower? Now, I would be willing to say, I don't know for sure, but I've talked with Barbara Anderson on numerous occasions, and she says, Rick, the amount of cases being settled out of court is unbelievable. And people are going up there. I don't know about on a daily basis, but I would be willing to say on a weekly basis. Look, if I had children that were molested in the Watchtower, now I want you to stop and think about this. I hope it didn't happen to you, but if you had children that were molested in the Watchtower and they covered it up, and your child or even children were really, really having difficult time mentally with all of this, and you were also a witness at the time and covering it up because that's what they told you to do. But now you're out of the organization. The first thing you're going to do is you're going to put your kids in the back seat of that SUV, and you and your wife are going to travel up to Warwick, New York, and you're going to have the Watchtower open their checkbooks and cut you a check. Or we're going to court. I mean, really, I would encourage anybody that's listening to this program, and if you have been molested, now in some states, New York, the window's open. It doesn't matter how many years. And a lot of other states have done the same thing. So even if it was 25, 30 years ago, don't say, well, it's too late. Get a lawyer. Call the Zalkin Law Firm in California. They're in San Diego. Give them a call and say, hey, I got another case for you. I'm sure they'll be glad to take it. They're raking in millions. They are raking in millions. But Erwin Zalkin, that's the law firm. His son works there too, and they're all great lawyers, and they're doing a great job suing the Watchtower. Now, something I came across too in all of these settlements, that there's something that has to be said here, that the Watchtower is writing checks in the millions of dollars. Now, it's somewhat of a gag order. When you settle something out of court, the defendants, the defendants, they have a right, if you make a settlement out of court, to stipulate how it's going to be handled going forward. So in many cases, what the defendant will do is they will say, well, listen, we'll settle, but we don't want you talking about it. We don't want you sharing how much money you got from us. We want lips sealed. They put a gag order on people. So the Watchtower does this with most cases. And it's a really a way to cover their butt, so to speak. But, not only do they have to write checks into the millions of dollars to pay out these lawsuits. And think about this. They also have a number of external legal parties involved. But what do I mean by external legal parties? It's not only the Watchtower lawyers that they're using, and the Watchtower pays them a hefty sum too. Now, don't think Watchtower lawyers are living in some, crummy Bethel apartment. They're living in mansions. These lawyers, we had a wife of one of the lawyers on our program a few years back. She told us all about it. They were living good. They were living high off the hog. He was making really good money, the lawyer. And she says, no, they do really good. They pay them well. They give them a really nice place to live. But that's beside the point. The thing is, the Watchtower not only uses their inside lawyers to formulate and protect themselves against these lawsuits, but they also use external law firms. They have external law firms they hire as well. Now, you can imagine what they're paying them. Lawyers don't come cheap. Did you get a lawyer recently? Have you checked it out? It's not like $25 an hour anymore. How about like $500 an hour? It's unbelievable. So, the legal bills of the Watchtower for all of these external law firms outside the Watchtower, it's got to be costing millions. But boy, they just stand there giving that money out. And when you stop and think about it, where's the money coming from? It's coming from kids' ice cream money. It's coming from widows. You heard the talk. You heard the talk by, was it Anthony Morris? I believe it was him. Maybe it was Jeffrey Jacks. I'm not sure. But there was a talk a while back about, Jehovah really will bless you if you give money. And even if you're a poor person, you should give to Jehovah. And even if, look how many elderly, old Jehovah's Witnesses do you know of? I knew a lot. I knew a lot that were just snudging by. But the Watchtower is grinding them to give them money so they can pay off these lawsuits and external law firms. How disgraceful is that? So, but that's the type of stuff I go over every week. That this is nothing unusual. I don't even get into all the child molestation problems in the Watchtower. We wouldn't have time for it. This happens all the time. Well, also, in the same vein, in the same line of reasoning here tonight, in the state of Washington. Well, you know what Washington is, right? That's Washington State, way out west. We've got a lot of friends that call in from the state of Washington. Well, this week, the lawmakers in Washington State, they're proposing a bill requiring clergy men and women to report child abuse. Oh, my goodness. Well, Washington State, you didn't have to report child abuse. And that was for many, many years. They never had to report child abuse if you were a clergyman. Now, I'm sure, the Boy Scouts or the YMCA, yeah, they had to do it. But religion carries a different way of doing business. In religion, the term is penitent privilege. That's what the clergy would always use when people in the state and the authorities would say, hey, why don't you report this? Oh, we got penitent privilege. We're the clergy. We're the people that don't have to report because people confide in us and we don't have to report it. Well, up until now, so now the state of Washington saying, wait a minute, Jehovah's Witnesses. Now, I'll tell you what, these bum Jehovah's Witnesses, they're changing the whole course of events in Washington State. And other religions must be really ticked off with the witnesses. It's because of them covering up child abuse in one congregation of Jehovah's Witnesses, and because it made such a big story out in Washington with the Jehovah's Witnesses coming forward and reporting it, that the state looked into it. And because of the witnesses, other religions now have to change their mode of operation. They now have to report sexual abuse. Well, it's a bill. It hasn't passed, but it looks like it's going to pass. But anyways, it's bill number 5280. And I'm really hoping this will pass. And it looks like it will. And it will make it illegal for the clergy in the state of Washington, including the Jehovah's Witness elders. It'll make it illegal for them not to report sexual abuse allegations to authorities unless the information came in the form of a confession. Well, hold on right there. Is this a loophole? No, I examined this. This is not a loophole. Why they put that in there? They put unless the information came in the form of a confession. They put that in there for the Catholic Church. The Catholic Church has people come and confess to them. Catholics, if they sin, they come and confess. And the priests don't, they don't share that with anybody. But really, that doesn't happen in the Jehovah's Witness religion. Oh, there's confession, but it's not by a single person, by a single elder. I mean, a person might come in. I know plenty of people that went and confessed their sins to the Watchtower. And when they did, okay, toodaloo, a kick in the rear end, kicked out the door. See you later. We don't want you. So this confession's not the same as in the Catholic Church. There's a number of elders that hear your confession. And these elders, they don't hold it back from their wives. So the wives start speaking up too. In the states are now realizing this. Confession in a Jehovah's Witness congregation is way different than confession in the Catholic Church. It's really not a confessional booth like they do in Catholicism. So they're not going to get off on this idea of confession. I know people that have confessed. I know a number of people. I know a young girl. She was my daughter's girlfriend when she was young. And she was molested in the Watchtower. And she started drinking as she got older to kind of not make her think of what happened when she was just a young girl trying to fight the trauma. So she went to the elders and she confessed that she had drinking problems and she needed help. She was becoming a really wicked alcoholic. So the elders said, okay, we'll come meet with you. They went up to her apartment. 3 elders talked to her. Well, what happened, sister? Well, I'm drinking because of this. And, I've been hurting since I've been a young girl and molested. They just fellowshipped her. So that's not a real confession. My goodness, in the real church, if you have a problem and you go to the pastor and you say, sir, pastor, I have a problem. Could you help me? He's going to help you. He's not going to kick you in the rear end and push you out the door and shun you. So now we got a handful of states. Washington is one of a handful of states in the country that up till now did not report or have clergy as mandatory reporters. But that's all changing. That's all changing now. So this bill hopefully will go through, and hopefully this will be able to make a difference for Jehovah's Witnesses who've been molested in the state of Washington to come forward. Well, I'm gonna do this. I want to play a video. I want to play a video for you. And this is a girl, a young witness. In fact, she's still one of Jehovah's Witnesses. She's testifying before the representatives, before the legislators in the state of Washington. And I found this very, very fascinating. So let me see if I can't get this up for us so you'll be able to see it. Now, let me just see. I got it right here. So just give me a second here so I can share this with you on my screen. And I'm going to do that right now. And I'm going to play it for you. So you'll hear it. If you're on our radio network, you'll hear it. So I do want to share this with you so you'll be able to. This is a young Jehovah's. Boy, did she have courage. She's still one of Jehovah's Witnesses, but she wants this law in Washington to be passed. So what she did is she actually went in and let me just make sure I get that right. She went into the legislature. They want to talk to her. And fortunately, it looks like they paid a lot of attention to her. Let me see where this is that I'm trying to find this. Okay, is that, no, that's not that one. Let me see why it's not that one. Just give me a second here, friends. Sometimes it's a little difficult to get things up here. Well, here it is right here. We got it here. So let's share this now. You'll hear it. And look at this girl. She's just a young girl. And look at the guts that she has. Let's listen in. Get to expand it out. And let's play it.
We have Sarah Young, who will be joining us via remote. Go ahead, Sarah.
Hi, thank you so much. I wanted to speak with you guys today. I was raised one of Jehovah's Witnesses. I actually currently still am, although I am considered inactive. I wanted to talk to you about what this bill would look like for children who are currently in the organization. So for someone like myself, it took 4 separate reports throughout my childhood to actually get access to services outside of our congregation. Most children have to wait until they're 18 and legal adults to access any type of therapy or really any contact with social services, because we are a very insular community. I am 100% in support of this bill. Most of Jehovah's Witnesses are homeschooled, and our religious teachings are that anything outside of our community is in the hands of the devil. And of course, that makes children not really opt to get support for themselves. So I am in 100% support. It really needs to happen for the sake of children who are too young to consent to being in this religion. Their parents put them in this, and it can be a good upbringing if there are protections there. And it is up to our government and local government to enforce that children who are unable to consent to a 2-person rule, to not accessing help, that there are some safeguards there. And that's all. Thank you.
Sarah, for the record, can you let us know who you are? Identify yourself just for the record.
Yeah, of course. My name is Sarah Young.
All right. Thank you so much. And thanks for coming to testify today.
So much.
You're welcome. And with that, we will close the hearing on Senate Bill 5280.
Well, there you go. That's a Sarah. And she still claims she's one of Jehovah's Witnesses. But what a courageous young girl. That took guts to go on there. I mean, if she's still an active witness, I mean, they're going to be on her trail. She's going to be, she'll be disfellowshipped in a heartbeat. So thank you, Sarah. Thank you very much. Maybe she's even listening into the program. If she is and she'd like to call us up, oh my goodness, be our guest. We'd love to hear from you. So this is a beautiful sight. This to me is a beautiful sight. You know, when I see a video like this, I get very excited. I get so happy. It's like I get an adrenaline rush. The world is now finding out what's going on behind the curtains of the Watchtower. The people in the world are starting to see what's going on. They're starting to come to light. The Watchtower is not going to keep this darkness hidden for long. People are waking up. Not only Jehovah's Witnesses, but people are waking up who are not Jehovah's Witnesses. People are waking up to who they are. Do you know there's so many people that have been touched by the tentacles of the Watchtower? We only think of it as us when we were Jehovah's Witnesses and now we're out. But there's millions of people. There's husbands that are not Jehovah's Witnesses, but their wife is. Don't you think they would be touched by the tentacles? And relatives, even when it comes holidays, they'd like to have they'd love to have the Jehovah's Witness relatives come and celebrate Christmas or a birthday with them. No, 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 no. So all of these people, millions of people, have been touched and hurt by the Watchtower organization. And the good thing is, the Calvary is showing up. It really is. All of these people on YouTube who are doing a great job. All of these states, it's not only ex-witnesses doing their YouTube and writing on forums, but all of these states and countries are coming down on the witnesses. That is amazing. Ah, my goodness. People, I'll tell you, it wasn't always this way. It wasn't. The Watchtower always snuck right out the back door. Well, they're not sneaking out no doors anymore. These states are on to their game. Watchtower, the game is over. Over. Stick a fork in it. Take it off the grill. It's cooked. And as I always say, the monkey died. The circus is over. Well, anyways, I don't know if you guys have been watching the news lately, but there's another. Well, before we move on to another story here, is there anybody who would like to comment on this? What do you think? Do you think the Watchtower is in its final days? Do you think that they're getting scared? They're running scared because of all of this? You're on with us. Go ahead. Don't be bashful. All right. Well, yes. Yes.
Hi, I just wanted to say one thing about when you mentioned Toni Morris talking about giving to the organization. I remember him saying and quoting the scripture that honor Jehovah with your valuable things. That's enough manipulation. But then he added, Jehovah loves a cheerful giver. Then he added, and we want Jehovah to love us, don't we? How manipulative is that? And the other thing regarding the pedophilia, we want the world to know that Watchtower has been covering up the assault and the rape and the sodomy of children for years and years, but worse, that these poor victims and their families have been threatened if they talk, and worse than that, they protect the pedophiles. In fact, you are way more likely to get disfellowshipped as a wicked apostate if you question the Watchtower or point out their sins and say, this is wrong, I can't abide by this, than a pedophile who is known to the elders to be a molester, an attacker, and abuser of children. Thank you, Rick.
Well, thank you, Anne-Marie. Always good to hear from Anne-Marie. Wow. Well, no, she's right on target. Yeah, I mean, you can't say anything against them. And this poor young girl, Sarah, up there in Washington State, geez, I hope things work out for her. But maybe she's kind of more out than we think. Maybe she's really a PMO. Because I don't see how an active Jehovah's Witness, she says she's inactive, so she's not really totally active. But I don't even see how an inactive witness would appear before a state legislator and really spill the beans on the Watchtower. So thank you, Sarah. You're a good woman. Who's on with us? Who'd like to say something? Go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Farron?
Yes, Ken, go ahead. You're on with us.
Yeah, I'm happy to hear about the state of Washington. They're trying to do something about the reporting situation of child abuse or sexual abuse and so forth. But I would like to reiterate one more time this: the vast majority of cases of people that are coming forward and all that is not because that they were hiding behind penitent privilege, is because they come forward, whereby penitent privilege has nothing to do with it and so forth. So I hope they get that sorted out, because penitent privilege a lot of times is not the issue. So I hope that they pass some type of legislation in the state of Washington. Now here in Michigan and everything like that, and in Massachusetts, the laws are about the same. Covering up felonies or anything like that would not come up under penitent privilege whatsoever. It's a long story. I'm not going to go into details, but we just hope that the legislatures and the federal government and whoever get their laws and their P's and Q's in order and so forth. And I'm happy to see that more and more of these people are coming forward. So I would encourage everybody that's listening here, if they have been abused by the Watchtower, they've been sexually abused, come forward, find an attorney, either Zalkin or whomever, and let's get some justice on these people here, and let's put a stop to this industry of death, namely the Watchtower Society.
Well, very good comment, Ken. Very, very well. Yeah, that's a good admonition. Get yourself a lawyer. Get yourself a lawyer and go after these bums. The more, the merrier. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Hey, Rick?
Yes, Dick.
Yeah,
the new book out, the Elders book, Shepherding the Flock, I think's the name of it. If you're caught watching pedophile kitty porn, it's not a big deal anymore. They're not even going to say anything to you. But it won't take long if you're the type of a person that watches kitty porn for you to cross over the line. And once you cross over that line, you're never going back to being a sane heterosexual person. And they're covering it up. So the reason for them covering it up, or I'm not making it a disfellowshipping problem, is that they know the organization is loaded with pedophiles. Thanks, Rick.
Well, Dick.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead, Mike.
Well, just another subject. You keep talking about the child molestation and all this, and I got to think about this. You're going to go to the secular authority. The secular authorities you think are going to protect kids from child molesters? Rick, the secular government, our government, will allow homosexual men to adopt children, and you think they're gonna stop child molesters? It happened. Read the story in Atlanta. Two faggots.
No, don't be using.
So-called Christian group. Yeah.
Don't be used. Use the right terms. Use the right terms. Okay.
Oh yeah. I gotta be nice to those people. They adopted 2 boys and they were raping them, and that the government allowed that. This government thinks that a man can have a baby. They think 2 men or 2 women can marry each other. Well, the whole world's going to hell in a handbag, but I guess the Watchtower is going to go down, so I guess you'll be happy.
Oh, I'll be very happy. But no, thank you, Mike. I appreciate your comment. Just go careful with the words. But the thing is, I want to say this. Yeah, you're probably right. You're probably right when it comes to these state officials. A lot of them are pedophiles themselves. Our friends that are pedophiles. Yeah.
I'm not that's my point.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, it could be that, but thank you, Mike.
There's a giant phallus behind the White House, Rick. There's a giant white phallus that sits behind the White House. They're all Satan worshipers.
Yeah.
We're just waking up to it now. They're witch covenants that operate out of the kingdom halls. Okay? Masonry created Catholicism. Catholicism created Islam. And then they created the Jehovah's Witnesses down the line, the Seventh-day Adventists, the Nation of Islam. These are all meant to divert people away from the Protestant church, okay? That's why they wear the black and white clothes. Even the Orthodoxy wears black and white clothes because this is Masonry. It's called Kabbalah, witchcraft, Aleister Crowley, where they sodomize children and do all kinds of wickedness to conjure demons. So it's like the Ghostbusters had that containment unit. That's what the Watchtower is.
Yeah.
It's a containment unit for demonic spirits. I'm going to post the link to this video on your YouTube page. This is Tim from New Jersey, by the way. How's it going?
Well, Tim, doing good,
but
but
people to see.
Yeah.
I had family in the Watchtower, and they're crazy and they're gay. So that's why I'm so heated about it.
Yeah.
But thank you very much for your work, Rick.
Well, good man. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, Tim. Well, there you go. Yes. Hello. This is Fran, I think.
Hi, Rick. May I add in something? And it is related to, if you ever watched the HBO documentary Mea Maxima Culpa, Silence in the House of God, it does relate to the topic because there is a quote that says of the hierarchy that's the Catholic selects, cultivates, protects, defends, and produces sexual abusers. Those are the direct words from that quote from that documentary. And that can really relate to what we are talking about in the Jehovah's Witness hierarchy. So I would recommend that you go in and look for that documentary and watch it for yourself and see the parallels.
Well, thank you. No, well, Guy, I have to say that does tie in. So that's good. See, you're getting better now, right? You're tying it right in. You're doing a good job. Thank you. That
I was paying attention.
All right. Well, it's tying right in. Yes. Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I was going to say all organized religion is corrupt and bad. My opinion.
Oh, it's a good opinion.
Thank you.
It's a good opinion. In fact, even even Rutherford said it, right? It's a snare and a racket, and it is. It is a snare and a racket.
All of it is.
Yeah. Well, it is.
Just do your research, please.
Yeah.
Everybody, do your research.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much, Jeff. Well, anyways, pedophilia. I enjoyed the comments, and there's so many pedophiles. It's unbelievable. Not just in the Jehovah's Witness religion, but I mean the movie stars, so many of them, politicians, and I don't know. I hope the state can put an end to it, but maybe Mike is right. These government officials, a lot of them, they're just covering it right up. Geez, you hear this stuff, you see this stuff coming across on YouTube and some of these conspiracy channels. Geez, you don't know what to believe anymore, do you? Do you know what? Can you sit down and honestly say, I believe everything? Geez, everything you hear, whether it's coming from the government, whether it's coming from business, whether it's coming from religion, you say, geez, I don't know. I gotta scratch my head on this one. Well, what do you believe today? Geez, look at all the scams people are playing on you. Geez, every time I get up in the morning, I check my phone. PayPal is going to delete my account. Get in there now in 24 hours and straighten it out. Oh, gee, we just sent you something at your doorway. We charge you $360. I mean, these guys are trying to scam you. They're fishing for your ID. They're fishing for your Social Security. Everyone's being scammed. So who do you really believe today? It's unbelievable. Well, I hope you believe the 6 grains. I hope you do that, because we're giving you this all in real time. Well, we're not editing anything here. Well, what you're hearing here, we don't edit. That's why sometimes words get through. It's very hard to stop some of these words, but they do get through once in a while. But the thing is, this is real. This is real time, real news, real facts. It's people speaking up and talking. It's people speaking up and talking about all the problems they've encountered in this religion. Well, anyways, I like this next story. I really do. I have a special feeling for this story because I only heard about this a week ago. I was watching the CBS Sunday Morning. Do you watch that with Jane Pauley? Do you watch that show? I like it because it's light. We don't have a bunch of murder scenes and caution tape. It's just nice, light news coverage every Sunday morning on CBS. And it's a great program. So I watch it. It's on at 9:30. But last Sunday morning, they mentioned something on there that got my attention. And I'm going to talk about it tonight. There is a new platform out. It's a website you can get into. And not everybody, it's not really fully open yet, but it's going to be opening very shortly. You're going to hear a lot about this website in the future. It's called ChatGPT. ChatGPT. Now, what this is artificial intelligence. And you all know that artificial intelligence is making big inroads today. Let me tell you what artificial intelligence is. It's your computer trying to give you answers from information that they have stored on you or anyone. For example, so you buy something on Amazon, you buy a new pair of shoes, and then all of a sudden you go on another website and you get shoes being advertised to you. That's artificial intelligence. In other words, the computer, that isn't Jeff Bezos sitting behind his Amazon desk. Oh, Susie bought some new shoes. Let's get that out there. No, this is all done by computer intelligence. Yeah, artificial intelligence is what they call it. So anyways, this chat, that is ChatGPT, and it can actually write for you. And on that program last Sunday I was watching, many people are disturbed by this, but other people are saying this is the wave of the future. You won't even have to do much thinking in the future. And what it does, now let me tell you what it does so you have a little idea here. What it will do, you can write, or you can give information on this website, ChatGPT. You give information, and then it can write emails for you, essays, poetry. It can answer questions. It can generate anything you want in terms of words. And all you have to do is just give it a little bit of information, and it'll go to work for you. If you have a talk, you're a Jehovah's Witness, and you have a talk coming up, you ask ChatGPT, could you write my talk for me? Well, what you talk about? Well, it's in the book of Jeremiah, the 32nd chapter. Could you write a talk, a 5-minute talk, and it'll write it for you. So students, college students are using this Chat GPT, and it's creating a big problem in colleges because, in college you have to write essays, you have to do book reviews, but you can get on Chat GPT and say, write me a book report on how to kill a mockingbird, for example, and bingo, you got it. It'll do it for you. It'll take all the information that it has all over the internet, and within seconds, it'll actually type out who killed a mockingbird and give you a nice book report to turn into your teacher. So we say, well, what is it? Why do we bring it up here? Is this a witness thing? Well, why do we bring it up here on JW World News? Because I'm going to tell you something. I think the Watchtower is going to start using it. Yeah, if they start using it, they're going to be able to get rid of 50 to 75% of the people they're writing. Because all you have to do is put, the Watchtower can say, I want to write an article on, I want to write an article on why people should be disfellowshipped. And I'm going to give you some scriptures. They'll give you 1 Corinthians 5 or whatever it will be. You put it into the computer, and they'll be able to come up with writing. They'll be able to write a Watchtower on Chat GPT, but that's down the road. They're not going to do that right away. But I'll tell you what they are doing right away, and I'm going to share this with you today. There was a man that sent me some information, and what he did is he wrote a resignation letter on Chat GPT for the Watchtower and turned it in. So he actually, well, let me get in and explain exactly what he did. Let me get in there and do this. What I'm going to do here, I'm going to share this with you. So, well, I'll read it. I don't have to share it. I'll just read it. So what you do is you go into Chat GPT, and what you do is you type in certain words. Now, he wanted to write a letter of resignation. He wanted this website to help him do that. So he put in certain words that may be appropriate, challenges, trust in Jehovah and your organization, endure, family, Jehovah, Satan, lies. He put in a number of words that we're familiar with and could use in the Watchtower, right? Or we use in normal everyday language, but more so now that we're leaving the Watchtower. So he gave that to Chat GPT, and Chat GPT went to work. It went to work, and this is the letter. I want to read you the letter that this computer actually wrote out based on just a few words that this man gave this website. And it says, Dear Watchtower Organization. Now, this is all written by artificial intelligence. Dear Watchtower Organization, I am writing to inform you of my decision to resign from my position within the congregation. My time with this organization has been filled with many challenges and hardships, but it has also been a time of growth and learning. Well, that's pretty good so far, right? Actually, what this artificial intelligence site is doing is they're kind of mixing some good with bad. I think they feel it might be better doing that. That's what artificial intelligence is saying. It's great to tell them that it's been a time of challenges for you, but also tell them it was a time of growth and learning. I don't know if you go along with that or not, but I find it fascinating. But it goes on. Let me read you more. It says, I have come to realize that my beliefs and values no longer align with those of the organization. I have found that the constant pressure to conform to the organization's standards and to trust in Jehovah and his organization above all else has caused me to question my own faiths and values. Hey, not too bad for a computer writing this, right? Yeah. Yeah. Well, let's get rid of this. Yeah. Let's get rid of this guy right now. Yeah. Yeah. See this? See how you see what's going on here? Yeah. Yeah. What you got here is we have.
Hey, what's up, sir? I'm masturbating my boycott too, Daddy. How about getting off with older men?
Yeah.
I do, sir.
Yeah, see, these are drunken Bethelites coming into our program here tonight. They don't want us to have this program. These are Bethelites that start feeling good. They do their beer run on Saturday afternoon, and then they come in and they have to, create issues here on our platform. So that's that's exactly what they do. Yeah, that's exactly what they do. Yeah, so that's exactly what they're doing. Yeah.
I thought they were having sex orgies there.
Well, what they do, the drunken Bethelites, that's what they are. And so what they do, Mike, is they come in. We've had it done before, and they come in and they don't like what we have to say here, Mike. But let's get back to this.
What you were talking about with the AI, Rick?
Yeah.
Did you hear there was a congressman, I believe he was from your state, that gave a speech on the House floor using that.
Yeah.
That thing,
yeah. Yeah.
Show it off to boys. Yeah, come inside you, make you fall in love with Daddy, huh? I love to pound you in front of men and boys and all those places.
All participants are muted, and they can unmute themselves.
Boy, was that ever demonic.
Oh, yeah, what it is, Dick, it's, they come in and they try to, in fact, Dick, would you kind of just handle the program here for a second or two? Why don't you come in and just talk to the audience for a second? I'm gonna do some things, yeah.
There wouldn't be disfellowship. There wouldn't be public reproof.
All participants are on hold.
Okay, we're gonna hold everybody. Dick, are you in there? If not, I can handle it from here. But anyways, we do have people coming in and creating issues here on the 6 screens, and they're doing it on purpose. As I say, these are drunken Bethelites, and this is how they get their happiness, is to come in on a Saturday night. The Watchtower, first of all, the Watchtower hates our program. They really hate it. It's helping so many people to leave the Watchtower, and they really, really do hate our program because it's in real time and it's helping so many people leave. But sorry, folks, if you've been listening to all this baloney, but we'll just let it go for now. And what I want to do is get back to our ChatGPT. I started reading you a letter that's written by artificial intelligence, and I think it sounds pretty good. As a matter of fact, let's do this. I'll go back where we started, when we stopped. It says, I have come to realize that my beliefs and values no longer align with those of the organization. I have found that the constant pressure to conform to the organization's standards and trust in Jehovah and his organization above all else has caused me to question my faith and my values. So, this thing is well written. And it says that I have come to understand that the organization's focus on obedience and control has led to a lack of trust and transparency within the organization and congregation. I have seen how this has caused many members to feel persecuted and ridiculed, and has led to a separation of families and individuals within the congregation. This is all written by a computer. And then it kind of ends it here. Let me just give you the ending. It says, I believe that it's important to have faith in Jehovah and to strive to live a life of loyalty and obedience, but it should not come at the cost of one's personal beliefs and values. I have come to realize that true faith and trust in Jehovah comes from within, and it should not be forced or imposed by an organization. I would like to thank the congregation and the responsible brothers for their support and guidance during my time within the organization. I hope that in the future, the organization will focus on creating a more open and inclusive environment where members are encouraged to think and believe for themselves, and where trust and transparency are prioritized above all else. So what do you think of that? Sincerely, and then he put his name. So that's all written by artificial intelligence. So is this the wave of the future? Well, I found that really, really fascinating. And I'm sure more and more as this becomes more known and more people start using this website, it's going to help them to be able to write letters to the Watchtower, but it's going to help even in other areas as well. But I'm even thinking that even the governing body would probably even use this ChatGPT. I'm gonna see what's going on here. I'm not gonna open up the lines yet. I just don't like these intruders. We've had them before. We haven't had them for a while, but they really tried to create issues. And anyways, I'm gonna open this up, and if anyone has any thoughts, we'll see what's going on here now. Any thoughts on this? Did you hear about that chat GPT? If you did, let's.
Participants are off hold.
Well, you got 2 or 3 years into it.
Yeah.
And he said, well, I got to tell you. Okay, Rick.
Okay, Dick. Yeah, go ahead, Dick. Come back and tell us what you think.
I'll just finish it up. He said, I said, my seminary class was like 90% gay and 10% straight. So I corrected him. At least I thought I was correcting him. I said, Ed, you mean that 10% were gay? We used to call them queers. We didn't call them gays then, but 10% were gay, and 90% were straight. He says, no. So I have to take a shower at 3 o'clock in the morning. I don't dare go into the shower room.
Yeah.
At regular times. He says it's horrible.
Yeah. Well, Dick, right. We didn't get the whole story because I have everybody on hold. They could still hear me.
The conference has been locked. All participants are on hold.
Well, that's what we're gonna have to do here, friends. We're gonna have to hold everybody down here tonight. Like I say, those are Bethelites that are coming in and creating these issues, and it's really, it's really very. It's difficult when they do that, but I want to let you know our program is going to continue on, so we're just going to have to block everyone for now until we can get the situation resolved here tonight. But anyways, you're on JW World News. That's the news the Watchtower doesn't want you talking about. But the Watchtower hates us. Like I say, this isn't the first time this has happened. This has happened a number of times in the last couple of years, but we haven't had it for a while. There was one person that was doing this to us and got himself in big time trouble for doing that. He was investigated by the local police, and he evidently was really advised that it's something you should not do. He's hacking into a site, whether it's writing and hacking or whether it's calling in and hacking. It still is tantamount to the same thing. Well, anyways, let's see what else is going on here. The governing body has gifted mem. Hold on one second. Let me just get things straight here. I got kind of knocked off balance a little bit, but let's get back on track. I'm gonna grab a cup of water here. I'm a one-man operation here. I get 6 computers going at the same time. Sometimes it's kind of difficult to see exactly when you have so many people calling in to see exactly where some of these calls are coming from. But I'm just going to take a quick look through here while Well, I'm take a look at some of our calls coming in here and see if we can't. Yeah, we're gonna have to start really monitoring this more. We're gonna have to get another person here with me at the 6 screens so that I can do this, and at the same time we can keep the program up and running. But anyways, let's talk about the governing body has gifted them. Well, what's that all about? Well, I don't know if you heard it on JW.org. If you've been in there, they're always applauding the governing body and how helpful they've been and how blessed the Jehovah's Witness organization is having gifted men like the governing body. Well, not so fast, Watchtower. I mean, do you really have gifted men? Now, there was a talk, you know what's going on now in the Kingdom Halls of Jehovah's Witnesses. What they do is they they have cameras and they have projectors, they have good audio equipment. They live stream right from Watchtower right into many Kingdom Halls. So many Kingdom Halls are coming up to speed now because the Watchtower wants them to have the necessary equipment to be able to broadcast the JW streaming. And they want the Watchtower wants some of these congregations that don't have the necessary equipment to be able to check things out on jw.org, and they can play different videos and what have you. But here's what happened recently. What the Watchtower did, there was three Kingdom Halls that did not have the necessary equipment to get the JW streaming. So what they did is the Watchtower gave the Kingdom Halls a projector, a screen, Bluetooth speakers for the meetings. And oh my goodness, so that they could meet there and see the governing body, so they could also have their assemblies and conventions streamed through the Kingdom Hall. So everyone in the Kingdom Hall was so excited. My goodness, we're so excited that we've got screen and we can now listen into our governing body. Oh, it's so nice the governing body did this for us. And they said that the governing body gifted them. Well, really, everyone in the audience was clapping and they were so happy and they were in tears that the governing body gave them the necessary equipment to get the streaming. But all of that equipment was purchased from donations of people worldwide. Many poor and barely surviving people who were in the Watchtower were giving their money to the Watchtower. And so now the governing body, Watchtower, bought these projectors and necessary equipment to live stream. And now they're saying the governing body was so nice, they gifted us. I mean, that's sickening. That is sickening. And, the governing body is always taking credit for things that others gave to them. They're always taking credit when they don't deserve it. The witnesses themselves are the ones that are giving the organization money. This is a real trait of narcissism. The governing body are narcissists. Yeah, they take credit for things that really aren't from them. And, they should take the example. You would think they're a biblical organization, supposedly. But, even Moses, he was banned from the promised land because he took credit for breaking a rock, which water came out and fed the Israelites and the calves and the herds. I don't know if you remember that. But Moses was banned from going in to the promised land because he took credit away from God. Well, isn't that even what the governing body is doing? They're taking credit for stuff that isn't from them. It's from the people. It's not gifted by the governing body. The governing body have never gifted anything to anybody. This was not a gift from the governing body. It was necessary. They gave them this equipment because it was necessary to keep the members indoctrinated. The governing body don't do things out of love. They do things out of efficiency. Whatever brings in more numbers, the governing body will be glad to do that. They'll be glad. If you're going to get more recruits, they'll give you a screen. They'll do whatever they have to do. So where are the Jehovah's? Think of it. So many other religious organizations, they have therapy centers. Where are the rehab centers and these subsidized therapy centers that other religious organizations have? The Protestants, the Catholics. Where are the Jehovah's Witness universities in the schools? Where are the Sunday schools for the children? And how about Jehovah's Witness hospitals for the sick? You never hear about that. But you hear about other religions, the Baptists, they have hospitals, they have schools. There's nothing, diddly squat. The governing body gives you nothing, zero. The governing body does not care about the average Jehovah's Witness or their well-being. They are worth billions. The organization has billions, but they could care less about you selling off Kingdom Halls and then making members travel for an hour each way. They don't care about that. They will snatch your Kingdom Hall away and they will take it and they will own it and then sell it. That they won't even, even the hardship. Think about it. You're in a Kingdom Hall. It's sold. The next Kingdom Hall is an hour away. That's the Kingdom Hall you're now being sent to. You think that at least help cover the cost after collecting $500,000 for the Kingdom Hall. You think to say, look, for the first year, we'll give all of you brothers some traveling expense. Will they ever do anything like that? The answer is absolutely not. The organization even makes big profits from these so-called disaster programs and relief programs. They make money on stocks and they make money selling off real estate. They're well suited. They're well financed. But would they help you at all? So the governing body, that is, has never gifted Jehovah's Witnesses. As a matter of fact, the governing body has gifted them with unusual gifts. That is, people who left the Watchtower. The governing body has gifted many people. I got people writing into me, and they're saying that they never had a normal childhood. That's what the governing body gave them. They never were able to get rid of their guilt complex. That's what the governing body gifted them with. Emotional and intellectual repression. Yeah, that's what the governing body stopped from normal minds. Yeah, the governing body, they want to micromanage your life from the cradle to the grave. They don't want you to have any thought of your own. Yeah, those are the gifts of the governing body. Constantly taking and never giving anything back. Does that sound like the right combination of skills to start a healthy and a rewarding life? No wonder why so many Jehovah's Witnesses and they can't get on with it. They can't have a rewarding life. There's a lack of deep personal relationship is what you'd love to have with your family. You'd love to have a deep personal relationship. They give you no support system at all. Your friends, your family, they'll take them away in a heartbeat. So when you stop and think about it, there are many, many things the Watchtower gifted you with. They're not good gifts, though, are they? Many people in the Watchtower have eating disorders, and they're dysfunctional. That's exactly what goes on. The Watchtowers derailed their brain. It's taken their way of thinking away from them. The governing body gifted many people with a life of misery, serving it full time. Many, many people did that, pioneering circuit overseers, district overseers. They gave a full time of their life to the Watchtower for zero pay and benefits. And how about all the lost predictions that failed? Predictions concerning so many things. Let me just answer this phone here, folks. It's just enough. Yes, Jeffrey. What's up, Jeff?
Yeah, Rick, did you lock me out of the program?
Everybody's locked out. We had some intruders come in. Everybody's locked out of the program for now, so don't worry about it. No. All right. So people are wondering, and we had some intruders come in. We get people calling. They thought they were locked out. You're not locked out of the program. If you're listening in, I had to just put a lock on the program for now. be because of the intruders, the drunken Bethelites. Oh, yeah. All of those perverted Bethelites. What a bunch of losers, really, when you think about it. So, anyways, the governing body hasn't gifted you with anything. They haven't gifted me with anything. They gave us a gift here tonight, right, of miserable jerks coming in and trying to derail the program. And what about all you folks that are suffering from sexual repression and trauma? How many people out there have suffered from this? I've heard people call into the 6 screens that suffer this. The lock is we are on hold with music. All right, so that's what's going on. All right, let me see if we can't. Let me just take a second. Susan, are you listening in here tonight? If you just come in here for a second, if you're in, I want to hear what's going on the program. What's going on when we lock it? Can anybody on the phone line hear it? I guess not. So, yeah. So it's been locked out. Okay. All right. So anyways, well, I guess Susan's not on. All right. So Susan can't hear it either. So, all right. We'll try to just go along without it here. I'm going to open up the lines. I'm going to open up the lines and see what we can't do as far as I'm going to open up a line here for Dick. Okay. Thomas, can you hear me? Thomas Hodgins, can you hear me? Hit *6 if you can. Well,
The conference has been unlocked.
I hear you, Rick.
all right. Can you hear me? Okay, Thomas. All right. Well, we're gonna. What was happening before? Was there music or what? Thomas? Oh, if someone could just speak up for me. Go ahead. Someone. Was it music or what? Tell me what was going on.
Yeah, what I heard was just a little guitar playing, like kind of an intermission or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah. All right.
You were working on it.
All right. Yeah. Well, we'll try to work and we try to block these guys out. But anyways, we're back now. All right. So anyway, okay. Thank you, Thomas. All right. We'll see what happens here. I'm just trying to walk and chew gum here at the same time and monitor everything that's going on here behind the screen. All right. So the call lines are now open once again, and we're gonna be very, very careful on what does take place here. So let's see what goes on. So anyways, so many people have suffered. They haven't really got a gift from the governing body, have they? No, they haven't. They haven't been gifted. They've been given nasty gifts. The organization, as we know it, is a patriarchal society. It's a system in which one person, men that is, men seem to be more involved and given power than women in the Watchtower. That's why it's referred to a patriarchal society as well as a misogynist society. It's an insane society. Yes, it is what goes on in that organization. Yeah. So the governing body has lovingly approved, as they would tell you, so many kingdom halls and constructions of kingdom halls. I tell you that they're lying. But on the same time, the governing body has also put other kingdom halls up for sale. So you see, that's really what goes on behind the curtain. So what have you ever really got from the Watchtower? What have you ever really got? Well, if you're listening in, friends, sorry you just heard music for a while. We had to put everybody on a lock here. We had some intruders coming in. So you're coming back on our radio network now. That's good. So we're back on now, and we'll see what happens. Hopefully the Bethelites got really smashed tonight and won't come back in on us. But, it's very, very difficult because the lines are open and we have people able to call up from all over the world. So, it's hard to really stop everyone from calling because that's what our program does. We rely on people coming and calling in. It makes all the difference in the world. Who'd like to speak up and say something? Go ahead. You're on JW World News. Go ahead. Talk to me. What do you want to say? What's on your mind? If someone would come on and just talk, that would help me a lot right now. It really, really would. I'm going to.
All participants are off hold.
All right. Who would like to? Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, Steve, how you doing?
Yeah, good, Steve.
Yeah, I would just say what just happened with these guys. It shows the true colors of
Muted. The conference has been locked. The conference has been unlocked. The conference has been locked. The conference has been unlocked. The conference has been locked.
Why didn't somebody help my mom out and give her her only thing that she wanted for Christmas was some fucking shit from Walmart Plus, some damn regular blue jeans. A t-shirt.
Hi, Rick.
Yes.
Rick.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, go ahead. You're on.
All participants are on hold. All participants are off hold.
Go ahead. You're on with me. Go ahead.
That's on hold.
All right. What do you want to say? Who's on with us? Go ahead.
Hi, Rick.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes. I can hear you.
I just wanted to say that if these Bethel guys, if they think they have the truth, why are they interfering so-called liars?
What's the question, sister?
I don't understand their motives in this.
Well, it's easy to understand.
And why, if they have the truth, why are they going out and getting drunk? What are they trying to hide? Is it their guilty conscience?
Well, they don't want us coming on and talking about the Watchtower. Yeah, they got nothing better to do. They don't want us talking about the Watchtower. That's it. I mean,
They seriously have nothing better to do.
yeah. Yeah. So yeah, I mean that's what it's all about. We've had it before. It's nothing new.
Well, listen, in all honesty, you don't know if it's Bethelites. We don't know who it is.
Well,
Actually, they do. Rick has all the telephone numbers on the screen, and the area codes is Bethel. It is Brooklyn or it's Wallkill. Yeah, we have a really good.
Okay.
Idea.
All right. Well, I take that back then.
Thank you.
I just figure he knew. I thought he can filter out the calls and drop the specific lines that are causing problems.
It's tricky.
Well, you have hundreds. So let me just.
I imagine.
You have 100. You have 100.
More music tonight than show. If I wasn't watching YouTube, I wouldn't have heard nothing.
Yeah. Well, what it is, Scott.
They posted. Rick's got a lot of good information that he spends a lot of time, a lot of energy, and a lot of his money to put out for people. Kind of reminds me of the Good Samaritan that sees a guy beat up on the road and nobody wants to do anything about it. They just walk
back in.
And Rick's the type of guy that will pick the guy up, put him in a hotel, motel, and pay the bill. Then when he comes back later on.
Offered to take people lots of times.
Yeah. And Rick's not making a penny because he'll tell everybody, don't send me money. How many people did you know that are talking about Jesus on TV and on the radio and so forth ever say to you, don't send any money? Don't send any money.
In this world.
Yep. And I'll tell you, because I've asked him, and I'm not going to say it's the exact amount of money, but he spends hundreds every single month to put these programs out for people. He doesn't get one penny for it. So there's a lot
that he does in research.
Yeah, I mean, my God, he's a genius with that stuff. You ought to see his apartment or his other house. He had just rooms and rooms full of old Watchtowers and old Watchtower books. And yeah, I would say he's the expert on the Watchtower and what a scam they are and how many people they've hurt. And I can tell you this, and for the audience that may be listening right now, I know, trust me, I know that he has saved lives. He really has. He's taken people from the brink of suicide and, turned their lives around. He did it for me. He's done it for other people. He'll never tell you that on the air, but I'm going to tell you that's a fact, because I've asked him and he would never lie to me. So he's told me. He wouldn't brag about it. He wouldn't blow his own horn. That's not who Rick Farron is. But he's the finest man I've ever met in my life. And I say that
I lived up in New England for a long time. In fact, our Kingdom Halls weren't too far apart. I wish I would have had the opportunity to meet him back when I lived in New England. We wouldn't have been that far from each other. And
are you the elder that calls?
Could have been at the same convention sometimes.
Are you the elder that calls from Haverhill?
No. I'm Scott.
The conference has been unlocked. The conference has been locked.
Many years, and I was almost an elder. I was almost appointed. I was doing just about everything an elder does. I was giving public talks. I was running the second school. I was conducting the Tuesday night book studies. I was a half a step when I decided to leave from becoming an elder. So yeah, I've been a pioneer in the past. So, but me and Rick have known some of the same elders in New England, and like I said, we probably could have even walked by each other at a convention at a time or two up in New England. When he talks about Natick, the Natick Assembly Hall and things like that, that's where we went, and it's very possible some of my elders gave talks in his congregation and vice versa. So, and he lived in Florida. Now we lived in the same area of Florida that I live in now. I live near Brandon, Florida, and that's close to where he lived. So.
Well, we're back here now. Thank you.
Interesting. We was talking to Joe Daridirio. I'm hoping I'm pronouncing that right. The one thing that he said to me, and I heard that from another elder friend of mine, Neil Sharp, is they didn't want to put him on judicial committees because he never wanted to disfellowship anybody. So disfellowshipping can be predicated on not on what crime you're supposed to be being up on charges on, or whatever you did wrong. Just depends on what elders you get. And I
believe that. I definitely believe that. I saw it myself in New England with some of the elders, and even in Florida. But you can have vast differences of opinion. I'll give you an example, a simple example. My wife was criticized by an elder's wife about her skirts, saying that her skirts were too short. My wife was a good-looking woman. She was a hairdresser. She liked to dress kind of snappy. And so this elder's wife basically took her back and told her she looked like a whore. And this elder forbid his two sons from associating with me and my family. And I'm a ministerial servant giving public talks in the Kingdom Hall. And so my wife was pretty upset. And so then I ended up talking to one of the other elders, and he told me, just forget about what the other elder said. Don't worry about it. It's not a big deal. I mean, yeah. How can you go from one extreme, either my wife's a whore or forget about it?
Well, hang in here, folks, with us. We're getting back on the telephone line here. We've been interrupted tonight. If you're on YouTube listening in, just stay with us here, and we'll be right back with you on our telephone line. We'll be able to open it up. We've had some disruptions here tonight by drunken Bethelites, as we say, but just hang in here with us, and we'll be right back to normal here, as we've had this happen before. And it's a shame. It's a shame, but I know what the Bethelites do, and that's just what they do on a Saturday night. They get their beer. They do their beer run on Saturday afternoon.
The conference has been locked. Goodbye.
All right. So I'm going to try to get back in here. Wait, home. Okay. Hold on 1 second. Yeah, it's off. We just got some phone issues here. All right.
Governing body.
All right, just stay with us, folks. We'll get back in, get our lines back open, and get this thing back on the road. Boy, just sorry for the problems we're having here tonight, but that's what you do when you do a live program. That's why a lot of people don't do live programs because of that, but we'll get through it. Don't you worry. We'll be back with normal programming here. Just give us a few minutes. Yes, in fact, it's good. We're getting into we had some good discussions here tonight. We'll have a lot of good discussions coming up later on as well. So just hang in there with us. We'll be all set.
The recording has started.
By faith in humanity. Because good people do come out of the woodwork sometimes and clean up the act of a lot of bad organizations. Right now,
Interestingly, another time I played some collectible card games, and so there was a comic shop called the Three Trolls. So I went in there to buy some cards. Well, apparently some brother or sister saw me going in there, and they questioned it. So they ended up questioning me about going into this place. And so I said, well, what would be the difference? There's a place in town called Lucky's Pizza. Are you going to get upset if a brother bought a pizza from Lucky's Pizza? What's the difference if I go into the Three Trolls and buy cards? So I ended up writing the brothers. I wrote the society on it because that's how upset I was. And, they got that information back to the elders, because then the elders came back to me and said, we see that you wrote the society. Why did you feel the need to do that? And I said, well, because you brothers were questioning and saying that it was inappropriate for me to go there. And of course, actually, to the society's credit, they wrote back and said that there was nothing wrong with it.
Hey, Dick and
really interesting point, Kevin. And that interesting point is there was a time back in the 70s.
Hey, Dick, can you hear me?
If you had a particular problem, you could write to society and you would get an answer back. But not anymore. You write to society, you will not get an answer back because they just keep hiding the pedophile. And I apologize to the audience out there. And if I listen to this crap by some perverted sicko, and I'm sure he's, I don't know, screwing around with some of the Bethelite. I'm just really embarrassed. Yeah, that's it.
No life, you scumbag piece of shit.
To do. Nothing better to do. Aren't they out doing back calls or anything like that? Return visits? Speaking of return visits, I got a little story to tell to kill some time. About a month ago, a Jehovah's Witness elder and a sister knocks on the door. And I opened up, and they just had their watchtowers. And I said, oh, come on in. Love to talk to you. Said the spiders as a fly. And I had to go down, and I said, Connie, will you get him a coffee? He said, oh, I don't drink coffee. It's bad for him or something. And, we started talking. And I said, well, look, I want you to know that I have read the Truth book. And I have read the Paradise Earth book. And I had on the counter, I had a JW Bible, the brand new one, what they call the Gray Sword, and one prior to that, and another one.
Stupid bastard, you know that, you dumb cocksucker.
Yeah. So anyway, another man showing his intelligence. So I had the three Bibles there, and he started quoting from the Bible. So I said, well, what book are you in? And so I grabbed my Bible. I had it right on the couch right next to me. And he said, well, he'd have to go meet the group. It's all time that he could give me. So I said something about, will you be back soon? Oh, yeah. He hasn't come back, and it's a month and a half ago. Because I had knowledge. They don't want people with knowledge. They want not necessarily stupid people, but people that are naive to the Bible and people that are naive to a lot of what's happening in the world today. That's who they're looking for. And that's why I was going to college in the 70s. And I had to hide in the corporate office last night, and your fucking mother was. Yep. Anyway, I hide my books, and then sure enough, one day I didn't put them in a brown bag, and and go to my car, and an elder, where are you going? I said, well, I'm going to college. And he said, oh, you shouldn't be going to college, and the system is almost here. And I said, 75 is come and gone. This is 76. I better get an education. How am I going to feed my kids? You know, not everybody can be window washers and copper shampoos. And
Hey, Dick, can you hear me, Dick? Can Dick hear me?
have an education. And we don't know.
Dick, can you hear me? Dick, can you hear me? Hello, Dick. All right, Dick. Hey, listen, we're gonna move on here. I thank Scott for coming in and working with us as well. We're back to maybe not normal, but I'm doing everything I can to keep these drunken Bethelites out. But anyways, we're gonna get these guys out of here. I mean, they're creating a lot of issues. Yeah, so we're just gonna make sure. What I'm doing is we'll just move forward here with our program. Maybe I can get some of you guys to speak up and talk as I monitor things here. That would help me. So we were talking about, the governing body. They always want to take credit for gifts that people give. They want to take credit for gifting things and giving all the witnesses all of these beautiful things in life. But do they really do that? I mean, if you really want to talk about what the Watchtower has done to people, it's been terrible. It's been wicked what the Watchtower has done, the governing body particular, to many, many people. Who can really tell us how have you really been hurt? How have you really been hurt by the Watchtower? How have you really been hurt by the Watchtower? Who'd like to come on and tell us that? Come on, hit *6. Come on and tell us how you've been hurt by the Watchtower. I mean, did it affect your job when you wanted to go to work? Did you have to leave a good job because of it? Let us know how the Watchtower affected you. That would be good if you guys can hear me. That'll help me out here by getting some other people to talk on the program here. Believe me. If not, I mean, I really wish you would do that. Someone please call in, talk. Yeah, get out of here, you son of a gun. Yeah. All right, hold on 1 second. If someone could come in here, I'm tracing these numbers. Could someone come on and talk, please? Is anyone listening to what I'm saying? Could you come on and talk? All right, go ahead, Dick. I'm trying to get the numbers of these guys calling in. I'm tracing the numbers back so I can call the authorities. Yeah.
Right. I'm just trying to get a little monologue going on with Scott or Anne Marie, or if anyone out there wants to talk about, like, say, disfellowshipping and the blood issue. Anybody have any comments on, let's say, disfellowshipping?
Well, we got a number of people, Dick, that want to perhaps speak up and talk. What I'm doing is I'm just trying to monitor the screen. It's hard to watch all of this and do the program. So you just keep it up. We've got others. Say hello to Dick, you guys. Get a conversation started. And I'm trying to.
I'm calling from Oregon. Can you hear me okay?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll just tell you, I have a niece named Lisa. She was 14 years old, and she was taken in front of the Kingdom Hall in Rogue River, Oregon, Southern Oregon. And the whole congregation was told to shun her because she had been caught smoking some cigarettes at school. This is the thing that most teenagers do. But at 14 years of age, she was basically cut off from her family, extended family, and everybody she knew. She was really talented. She could run really fast. She was faster than anybody in the junior high and the high school. And her coach wanted her to run, even wanted her to get her Olympic training. They wouldn't do it. And this can be verified if anybody wants to get the facts. My name is Jan and I hear you back there. You have a good screen. You have a nice voice. You ought to go on stage yourself, the next stage out of town. But anyway,
hey, shout out to Onion Mafia, motherfucker.
No, my mother's dead, so I can't do that.
Keep talking, guys, so I can get the numbers here. I'm tracing the numbers. That it looks like they're going back. Yeah, thank you.
Anyway, I have another niece that was molested by her father, and she was only 7 years old. The way it was found out was the hospital reported it, but the elders would not report it, and none of them would talk about it, and they covered it up. And this happened to another niece of mine too. So I've seen so much of this abuse, and that's what bothers me. The doctrines don't matter to me too much. I'm not interested in the doctrines of religion very much because doctrines come and go. when people change their minds on their viewpoints, but it's the attitude that they don't have to conform to the regulations of society. I've seen so much of this go on, and I'm in my 60s, 70s, excuse me. And so I've been around, and I was raised in it. I left it about 40 years ago. Of course, I have 3 brothers that are still in it, and they're elders. As far as I know, I don't have any communication with them. But of course, that's a different relationship, ended relationship. And I've adjusted to it for a long time now. And you never get over it completely, but you adjust to it. And that's a sorrow that many of us have to bear. When we see it happening to our family and our nieces and nephews, it's kind of sad. This guy that's making all the noise in the background, he ought to have a comment about that if he approves. Apparently, he's taking the side of the witnesses who abuse children. He's supporting that. Yeah, you do support it, don't you? Because of the attitude you have. And that's okay with me, because everybody has a different point of view. Somebody used the word faggots a little while ago, and I think that's sick. But if that's important to them, they have to have that political view. We have to have that political viewpoint. That's up to you. Everybody has a position to take.
You know, brother from Oregon, just let me say this if I could. Ignore them. Don't feed into that, because it just encourages them.
I live in Hillsboro, Oregon. I live in Northern Oregon now. But my family, most of my extended family lives in Southern Oregon, around Rogue River and Medford, Grants Pass. That's a beautiful area of the country. I don't know if you've ever been there.
I know I haven't.
Have you ever been there?
No, I've been to Northern California. Matter of fact, I'm living in Northern California right now.
California is beautiful too. Yeah, it is. I like the coast a lot. That's a beautiful place. So we all got to have our things to do. But one thing I don't understand is why the witnesses cannot be sued on the requiring people to shun their children. My extended family had to shun my 14-year-old niece, and she was actually taken in by the state, put in a foster home, and she's had a tough life. She was homeless for about 7 years. Now she's living here in Hillsboro on a trailer that we bought, and we put on a property that I have. So she has a place to live and work through all this stuff.
I think that's coming, sir. I think the lawsuits on the shunning is, there's several European nations that are looking at Belgium and I believe Germany, maybe
Norway too has taken a strong stand. They've taken away their registration as a religion, and that's costing them over $1 million because they pay the churches every year a certain amount to encourage them.
And you know what,
they should do that.
Yeah.
Norway and many other countries too. It used to be just in Eastern Europe, but Western Europe is turning the same way too. Belgium has taken a stand against Jehovah's Witnesses and is encouraging the European Union to do the same.
Well,
so it's heading there.
There's an article in the United Nations that forbids shunning by any organization. And I believe it's Article 19 or 18. I'm not real sure, but it forbids it for nations that are part of the United Nations. Of course, Watchtower calls the United Nations Satan's organization, but yet they're part of it, and there's proof of it, and they've been part of it for years, and they still are. But anyway.
Yeah, that is a problem for the witnesses to explain, because but what I think the focus should be on more is, people are focused on blood transfusion, which is a very valid concern, and other issues, and shunning. But I think the focus should be on slavery, because when you get children the parents can be told to shun their child who's 6 or 7 years old, or 15 years old, whatever. I have 2 nieces that were shunned by their parents and put out of the house. In fact, the Medford Mail Tribune ran an article on my niece, one of my nieces that was put out of her home when she was only 14. She was given a suitcase and told to go. So she went to a neighbor's house. that she knew and was housed for a while. So, I mean, this is so prevalent. When I first left the witnesses was back in about 1975. I was a young person. I was about 24. I was a pioneer, and I was serving where the need was greater. I went to North Dakota, to Grafton, North Dakota, which is right on the border of Canada and Minnesota. Beautiful place, too.
Was it at the end of 75, can I ask? Was it before that?
I haven't heard her.
I left the witnesses in about 75 or 76. I don't remember. I think officially I left it in the 80s. I resigned my membership.
Hello, excuse me.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hello. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm here.
Problems. You mentioned that your niece or someone was kicked out, 14 years old. That
yes,
only
definitely.
It leads to sex trafficking. They see.
I understand that. In this case, it didn't. She was lucky because some people took her and then other people helped her.
Good.
One of my nieces did have that problem for a while, sex trafficking, but she got through it.
That's a big problem. It's a worldwide problem, and so they're opening themselves up when they do this shunning at such an early age. They're opening them up to sex trafficking. They're opening them up to depression, to suicide. So it's a horrible thing. So we have to do everything we can to let people know about this shunning. It really is probably
But the Constitution, I thought, forbids slavery. And slavery is what they're promoting by forcing people to behave a certain way or to act a certain way.
Well, I think it has to be done on an individual basis. We all have to talk to someone and let them know what the witnesses are doing, and so that they're more aware, and the witnesses are put on this, they're put in the limelight with this shunning.
The witnesses could do so little to get past this too. They could just stop the shunning practices, change their viewpoint on blood transfusion. I mean, they change it on vaccinations, so why not? Other doctrines and beliefs wouldn't matter very much.
Hey, I'm gonna step right back in here. We have Fran, we have Daniel on. Well, anyway, Fran, good to hear from you, and you guys all stand by.
Thank you, Rick.
I think we've been working on this. Hopefully, we're getting things cleared up here. Anyways, but this has happened to us before. Hit the 6 screens. Nothing unusual. When you do a live program, a lot of things can happen like this. But I want to thank everyone for coming in and wanting to speak up and talk. And which I'm trying to trace numbers back now. And we have in the past traced many to New York. And well, I'd have to tell you what, from what I can see, many of those people calling in tonight, for the most part, there's a team, there's a syndicate that works out of Warwick, and they have been trying to disrupt this program here. They did it in the past, and one of them got in big time trouble, but now it seems like they're back doing it again.
Why don't they come on and argue their point of view instead of just use profanity?
Yeah, well,
they really are.
Yeah, well,
by the way they behave.
Yeah, well, what it is they.
Yeah, like that kind of thing. That's pretty guttural. But I mean, he just stated who he is.
It shows their IQ. Put it that way.
That could be an argument. But anyway, they have to do what they have to do. I mean, I was once a very zealous witness. I was a pioneer for 6 years. I was a pioneer when I was 14 years of age, and I moved to where the need was greater as soon as I got out of high school, and I forsook going to college or doing everything that I could for myself. I could benefit myself. So I understand where they're coming from. They're coming from a belief system. They have a very strong belief in what they're doing. And so the ends justifies the means. They can say whatever, they can be foul and vulgar and interrupt. And that's okay with them. But I understand where they're coming from. But you've got to change. I mean, eventually they will, because they're going to see how disappointed they are. The guy has a good cough anyway, for what it's worth.
Hey, is there a symbolic warfare?
Well, that's okay. That's a good sound too. That sounds like you're ripping paper or ripping something else, huh? You want everybody to know who you are and how you behave and what you stand for.
You make a good.
Why don't you call me on my cell phone at home? We can talk about this thing. And if you want to see the facts, you can see the newspapers articles on these nieces of mine that were abused by members of your religion.
This is the Bethel talent show tonight.
So fuck all the haters.
Yeah, he has a good vocabulary, doesn't he? He knows a lot of four-letter words. He doesn't know the bigger words, though.
They're real religious.
When we were witnesses, we were
Amen to that.
polite. We were polite.
Shut the fuck up.
No, you bastard.
Okay, I will. When
Don't
you
be a
do.
smart ass. Get that
I'm not being
cocksucker out of
I'm
here.
just responding to you. Responding to your vulgarness and your hostility and your hate.
You prick.
You can say it all you want. Say it again.
Hey, don't.
Little prick.
Say it again. Can you get it out of your system? It takes a long time for you to get it out of your system. You're really solid.
Good.
Get it out of your system.
Thank you, Dan. We got the persons.
If you keep talking back to them, they're going to keep.
I'm really sorry for all the disruption that's going on with these other people. I'm going to go ahead and mute myself now.
Yeah, what it is I do have one of their numbers. I'm getting a hold. I'm trying to call the state police.
I'm going to go ahead and mute right now.
Yeah, go ahead. I have been getting their numbers. I do see where they're coming from, and I'm going to report them. I thank you guys. I thank you guys for calling in and taking care of this. I'm reporting the numbers now to the state police. So we'll see if we can't get.
Thank you, Rick, and thank you for doing the job you're doing.
Well, thank you, Daniel, for coming in. Yeah.
Sure, I can see that.
Yeah. Well, what it is it. Yeah. Well, it takes it. Well, what it is yeah. It takes. Yeah. 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 It's.
Since do you remember? Was it Richard Rowley?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Going back 15, 16 years ago. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, he's the one that got me interested in it.
Did he really? Huh?
I was talking to him. And
Yeah.
Back a long time. I've been listening to every week.
Yeah. Yeah.
He did a good job. It's too bad. His daughter's actually the one that sued.
Is that right? Yeah. You remember Richard, huh? Yeah.
That was a long time ago.
What?
I think a case would go somewhere now on the slavery question because the witnesses have made it tough for themselves because they're making statements about parents shunning their children, even teenagers and younger, and I've seen it happen. And when that's happening, they're taking over the role of the parental role.
Oh, yeah. Well, the Watchtower right now, Daniel, the Watchtower right now is in free fall, more than ever before. I know you've been listening in for a long time, but the world is catching up on these people. Yeah.
But I don't think they're going to go away. I think they recognize they're going to change. That's why they're building the big thing they're doing in Ramapo or whatever it is.
Yeah. Well, that's the
door-to-door is going to be as big a thing as it was.
That's the only way they're going to be able to survive is to build that mega studio, bring a whole lot of new people in, get them watching their videos, and people are going to say, "Oh, isn't that lovely what the Watchtower is doing?" That's their last stance. They got to build that Ramapo. If they don't get that built, they're cooked. They're cooked already. There's nowhere to go. People. Yeah. People on.
I care about those people. There's some good people that are working there and doing what they believe. And it's really getting harder and harder for them to do it.
Yeah.
Because of all the negative publicity that's going on about their behavior.
Oh, yeah.
Nobody's complaining about Ramapo so much. It's just how they treat families and children and cause shunning in families.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's what they do. I mean, it's all catching up on them, Daniel. Okay, we've got Jeffrey. What do you want to say, Jeffrey? Go ahead, run with us.
Thank you. I'm going to hang up.
Thank you, Daniel.
After the night, all this crap. This goes to show that they're very desperate and they're in trouble with all this. This is coming from the highest level in Warwick, or the higher levels. Nobody's going to tell me an organized effort like this tonight is just a few people. This is well organized and it's well thought out, and this is what they're doing. They're trying to disrupt this program because they know a lot of people listen to it. So that's my comment.
Well, thank you, Jeff, for saying that, but that's exactly true. This is a syndicate. This is not just one person. There are a number of people that are trying to do this. And the reason why they're doing it is because we're in real time. We're giving you the real news and the real truth about the Watchtower. And, this is not edited. Many YouTube videos are edited. So, you can't get people coming in like this, but it does happen here at the 6 Screens. They don't like this platform. This platform is getting a lot of people out, not just me, but it's people who call into the program like yourself. All of these people are making a difference in helping people leave the Watchtower. There's a telephone line. I think we got Gilbert. Did you want to say something, Gilbert?
Hey, Rick, I always think that
Hello?
you need to make lemonade out of lemons. So this is a great teachable moment. I think I'm happy it's happened because, Jehovah's Witnesses need to understand that they're in a vindictive. And what a vindictive is, they're not happy with you leaving. They actually want to hurt you after the fact. And it only takes a demonic person to be vindictive. It's kind of like a bad boyfriend, bad girlfriend. You guys break up, but the other one's not happy. They're vindictive. They come back. And that's what Watchtower is. And it goes, what happened today, it was great because now if the Jehovah's Witnesses seeing this, they can see, hey, I'm in a vindictive religion. And nothing good comes out. And also those people yelling and screaming, it sounded more like an exorcism to me. Maybe they, but that's just my opinion.
Well, no, it's a good opinion. No. These people, I'm going to tell you something, Gilbert. These people are the bottom of the barrel. These are, we've done it before. These are drunken Bethelites. They're Watchtower operatives. There is a team of Bethelites that work at Watchtower, and what they do, is they try their hardest to derail this program. We've been told by Bethel insiders that they really watch the 6 Screens big time, and they try to do everything they can to disrupt it. And this has happened before, and that's their plan. And they hate it when live people call in, like yourself, Gilbert, and all the people calling in tonight. They hate it. And the people on YouTube, they hate it. So, but we're making a difference. We're making a big time difference. And
Hey, Rick.
yes,
Hey, Rick.
yes.
Well, if it's a big thing and so many listen to it, I wonder how many of them you woke up.
Yeah. Well, that's true, Denise. That's a possibility, right? Yeah, they'll come in, listen, they can use all the vulgar terms they want. But these people are deprived. They're deprived of a real life. They're living in Bethel. They got nothing better to do. They make their whiskey and booze run in the afternoon, and then they sit back and they're given a job. We've been, an insider once told us that a number of ex-Jehovah's Witness sites are monitored. Facebook is monitored by the Watchtower. The 6 Screens is monitored by the Watchtower. I'm sure a number of other sites as well, like Kim and Mikey, and I'm sure Cedars even. So, we're not alone with this. They monitor and they want to report back to the Watchtower what we're talking about. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, when you live a life as restrictive as that of a Jehovah's Witness, that's going to start screwing with you mentally. So I'm not at all surprised at how these people are behaving like drooling mental patients who they sound like recovering drug addicts going through withdrawals. That's what it sounds like.
Well, what their intent is to, derail the program. And we had it happen 2 years ago, and we reported the instigators to the local police. And the local police detective did get a hold of one of the people, and they got in big time trouble. And that's all I need is numbers. They can trace it back. And they have visited this one person that did this before, and the person got in trouble. I'm not even sure he might have gone to jail for it, but if maybe not jail, but at least fined. And what can happen also is if they're on Verizon or AT&T, the police department will report the incident to the providers of their telephone, and then the telephone company can ban them from using it. So that's a serious thing. So that's yeah.
Nice.
Well, it seems awfully hypocritical that they're always telling people don't visit apostate websites, don't read any of their material, any of that stuff. But yet here they are doing it themselves.
And a lot of people,
really is toxic.
Yeah, a lot of people, they're writing and saying, well, no, Rick, they're just people playing around. Now stop and think about it. Stop and think about it. This is a niche network. I want you to put your thinking caps on. This is a niche network. We have ex-Jehovah's Witnesses in here. That's what we talk about. We talk about the Watchtower. Who is going to be an enemy of ours? The enemy is going to be the Watchtower. I mean, I can't imagine some person call up and just joke around. Why would they do that? They wouldn't. They're doing it because we're speaking about the Watchtower and telling the truth. And that's what's going on. Yes.
Hey, Rick, it was a well-organized effort tonight, Rick.
Oh, yeah. Well, I could see that. I got a bunch of numbers, which I was able to collect. And thank you guys for speaking up and talking, because that's what I was trying to do when you guys were talking. And I know I had to keep locking it, but I was taking these numbers down so they can report at the police department locally. It starts there. And then what they do is they employ the state police, because it's an internet crime. I mean, it's not, no one's going to go to jail for 50 years, but they can have their telephone privileges taken away from them. That's what I've been told by the authorities. So, you don't want to lose your phone. I mean, then you won't be able, if you start doing this is an internet program. So if you do this and you do it, you could be in lieu of losing your telephone and not even be able to post on Google or anything. I mean, I'm not making this up. This is what I've been told by the authorities. So I've already gone through this. We've had a raid here. We've gone through this in the last, this has happened a number of times, but we trace it right back to the Watchtower. So, I know a lot of people are saying, well, how do you know that for sure? Well, the numbers, some of the numbers that we traced back before go right back to New York. So put that in your pipe and smoke it, So anyways, you're on JW World News. What do you have to say? You're on with us. Let's hear from you. My goodness gracious, we got a lot of people calling in here tonight.
Rick, if I could add a point.
Sure. Go ahead.
They claim to be God. They claim to be. You can hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, this is Eric from Rhode Island.
Yes,
from
Eric.
Nashville.
Yeah.
But they claim to be God's people, right? And they behave like that. And not for nothing, the topics that we're talking tonight, that you're talking about, all of us, are really serious. Child molestation, and this is how you handle it, making fart noises and screaming and saying F-bombs.
Yeah.
I mean, this is how Jehovah's Witnesses handle their victims.
Yeah.
Well, and then we got your channel, and you have Apostle Babe and Anne Marie and all these people, and yourself and your wife, who listen to our stories and our pain. Sometimes it goes on too long, but you're still there with them and you help them out, and that's love. And what they're doing isn't love. You're supposed to be the example, supposedly, and this is how you act. Have a civilized conversation. We could totally debate you.
Yeah.
This could be civilized. This isn't God's people. They're unhinged. And in all honesty, I hate to say this, but a lot of them are some of the ugliest people on the planet with their personalities. I know there's good people in it, but this organization from the governing body creates monsters. Yeah.
Well, you know what it is, Eric. It's really disturbing to me that we have people on YouTube and, well, Rick, how do you know it's from Watchtower? Hey, look, I've been on the air for 16 years, folks. Okay, 17 years as of this month. I know what's going on here. I'm not Mickey the Dunce, believe me. There was a syndicate. I've been through this before. We've had an inside Bethelite come in here and tell us this is going on. So, you guys, you're taking your head out of the sand here. You haven't been around here for a while, but trust me when I tell you, who else would they be? Like this man just said, Eric just said, when we're talking about child molestation, who was going to come in and start, making fun and swearing and trying to mock this program? Anyone in their right mind wouldn't do it.
These people are the type of people to turn the sprinklers on protesters.
Yeah.
They do all kinds of crappy things to people. They're showing their ass, but how they're handling the citizens. Is it Ramapo?
Yeah.
Or not Ramapo, the other project in upstate New York where there's a lake.
Yeah.
Maybe it is, I don't know. But they're treating the people like they have serious concerns and issues about noises, and they don't care. These are ugly, ugly qualities.
Yeah, well, let me explain this too, Eric. You know, a lot of people, they're getting out of the Watchtower and they're posting on forums like Reddit and JWN and Facebook, and a lot of these people, there's witnesses at Watchtower. Their job is to report back to Watchtower what the apostates are saying. And this is a reservoir of information on what apostates are saying. The Watchtower wants to know that. And not just here, but they're watching other sites. They're watching Cedars. They're watching Mike and Kim. They're watching a lot of these people doing YouTube videos. They're all over Reddit. They watch Reddit inside out and backwards. Facebook, the same thing. They do not want us apostates. We are mentally diseased. We are agents of Satan. They're going to try to start a war with us. And the only thing they can really do is try to shut us down. That's what their whole goal is.
We know they're watching us because their talks are about all of the points that we bring up. Isn't that the funniest thing?
Yeah. Well, that's it, Eric.
I mean, they give themselves away. They're like, child molestation, let's cover that. I mean, whatever the topic is.
It's a no-brainer. It's a no-brainer.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Anyways, I'll let someone else talk.
Thank you, Eric. Go ahead. You're on with us. What do you want to say?
When the caller talks about the sprinklers at the Watchtower, that was me. When the Watchtower threw this on me. But Rick, I'm just thinking about this from a business perspective. So if I'm a manager of a company that runs billions of dollars, I would be so excited, and I would be telling my employees and the people in my church, wherever, hey, let's move forward. We got great things that we're doing. Let's push forward. And I would just leave you alone. But isn't it interesting that $1 billion corporation in the billions is so concerned about 6 screens that doesn't even ask for money? It's backwards. It's a bizarro backwards world, because if they really had something good to offer, they wouldn't even be on Facebook listening to you. They wouldn't be watching your show. They would be so concerned about promoting their business. That's what I would do if I owned a multi-billion-dollar corporation.
Well,
I would be pushing forward.
Yeah, but here's what.
You find that interesting?
Well, I do find it interesting, but here's what's happening, Gilbert. You know, when the mafia, they deal with money, a lot of money, billions of dollars, just like the Watchtower. Whenever you have a little guy that's speaking up, and like you guys all speak up and talk, they hate that. That costs them money. So, you know, they're going to get on that money trail. They want to. We're costing the Watchtower money tonight. So they're going to do everything they can to derail us. I mean, come on, it's a no-brainer, right? Thank you, Gilbert. You're on with us. Who wants to speak up? You're on with us. My goodness, we're so glad to have so many listening in here tonight on the 6 screens. And thank you for staying with us. Yes, go ahead. Yes, we got Constance on. Go ahead, Constance.
You see how it's...
Yeah.
Hey, Constance, go ahead.
Hi there, dear. Anyway, hi, Rick. Thank you. I was just going to say, we're a threat to them, Rick. I mean, we really are making a huge difference, and we're a threat to them. That's why they have to try to sabotage, hinder, distract this show. I mean, if we were not making any kind of difference at all, they wouldn't even give us the time of day. But obviously, collectively, we are all making a huge, huge difference, and people are waking up and they're leaving because they're realizing that they've spent so much time invested in this organization that's based on lies. So thank you, Rick.
Well, thank you, Constance. My goodness, I really appreciate always listening to you. My goodness. Well, we're going to unlock. Yes, Dick. Yeah.
Hey, Rick, it's like the law of opposites. It's called it's like Solomonic witchcraft. What Solomon was supposed to write out Deuteronomy 17, he didn't. He wrote a bunch of other books, and he practiced divination and witchcraft that he learned from his wives. And that's what Watchtower essentially is. When they send you door to door and you deny Jesus Christ as God, you deny the person of the Holy Ghost, you deny the cross, you see the weirdos like Michael Jackson and Prince in the organization, This is all occult diversion. So now you're tethered to a witch coven in a pyramid. And that is deep occult knowledge that they have for divination. You have to pay Satan with souls, okay?
Yeah.
That's how it works. You look over the White House, got a big triangle over the door. And when you die in war, they put a flag and a triangle and they give it to your family. It's a big middle finger to you because you're ignorant to witchcraft. And the churches are so ignorant to this stuff. You know, we got to pray for each other and we got to plead the blood of Jesus, Rick. Thank you for your work.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate you coming in. Well, my friends, we are moving forward. Yeah, go ahead, Dick.
Yeah, just a quick thought. When Johnny the Bethelite was with us, as most of the audience knows, he disappeared once. But his job at Watchtower was to monitor 6 screens. And that's one of the reasons he got out of it, and you could tell that we were honest. The governing body knows what is being said about we're exposing their lies. If they wanted to come on 6 screens, you would let them. If a governing body member wanted to be a guest on the program and defend what they do, you would let them. But they don't have the guts because they have enough brains to realize that the truth is on your side or on the side of 6 screens. A Bethel elder, they never come on 6 screens and debate us. Never. You know, I've been listening to 6 screens, been a part of it for 16, 17 years. Never has anyone in the governing body ever come on to defend their position because they can't, because they're the liars, not us.
Well, Dick, thank you for saying that because it does make sense. I mean, we've invited them on before, and I wouldn't be hostile. I'd be civil, and we could have a good discussion. And if they really had the truth, Dick, if the Watchtower organization really had the truth and they could back it up, don't you think they would come on a program like this and state their position? Wouldn't you think they'd do that? No.
You know, they certainly would. And just for the audience's benefit, when we went to Bethel, to New York, to talk to the governing body, they were afraid of you. Oh, we know who you are. You're Rick Ferrin. No governing body member will talk to you. They all ran away. You know, that actually happened. And we have never been sued by the Watchtower. If we made a statement or if you made a statement and it was, you slandered, let's say, Jeffrey Jackson, and you said something about him that wasn't true, they would have a battalion of lawyers at your front door suing you and so forth. They have never, ever sent you a shut up and deceased letter or anything like that. So they're afraid. That big $1 billion organization is afraid of 6 screens. That's got to tell you a lot.
Well, Dick, I go out to the mailbox every day, like you do, like everybody goes to the mailbox. And, you know, many times you'd always hate to get a mailing, an envelope with a green little sticker on it, certified mail. That's very important, right? I welcome that. I would love to have a certified letter from the Watchtower trying to sue me. I don't even need a lawyer. I don't. I mean, I'm not being bragging, but I would be glad to show up in court. I'd slick my hair back, polish my shoes up, and put my suit on, press it. I'll go. I have no problem with that. No problem at all. I mean, prove it to me. I would love that, Dick. I actually encourage a certified letter. Please send me a letter. Let's go to court. Let's talk about it. You know? Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, Rick, I got a certified letter. I got a certified letter from Watchtower.
You did?
Yeah, I framed it. Honest to God, I framed it.
Yeah?
So, yeah, when I flew the airplane over San Diego, and they sent me a letter, they were waiting for me. But I framed that letter. I was like, yeah, baby. So maybe one day, Rick, God will bless you with a letter.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm ready. I'm ready to slick my hair back. I'm trying to stay in shape so I look good for the court appearance. You know, I probably should buy a new. I probably should buy probably should buy a new suit, maybe get a new haircut, maybe get rid of some of this gray. But I'm ready. I'm ready for them. I'm ready. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, but I know really I'm not. Because see, the Watchtower. Here's what it is. When you start speaking about the Watchtower, there's a lot of PMOs coming on. They're just getting out. There's a lot of PIMQs that they haven't been around long enough. And I'm not demeaning or in any way talking down. I want you guys to realize that, after doing this program for 17 years, I know how this unbelievable, disastrous organization works. They are evil to the bone. These guys, they have no feeling for anybody. You just stop and think about it. You're listening to Dick Borgie here tonight. They treated him like dirt. I have a wife here, my beautiful wife, Susan. She was treated like the scum of the earth when she was disfellowshipped. All of you people listening, and you know what I'm talking about. If you have been disfellowshipped and you're sitting there tonight and you're listening to this program, you know how evil the Watchtower is. How many people have had to sit in the back row at a Kingdom Hall while their relatives and friends, and even some case, in Dick Borgie's case, who's on here tonight, he was disfellowshipped. And he told you many times why. We won't go into that right now. But he told you he was disfellowshipped, and his wife and his two sons, they sat up front and they made him sit up back. Now, is that destructive? That is evil. And that's why we do this program, friends. And if you've been disfellowship, you know what I'm talking about. You were treated like dirt. And that's why we do this every Saturday night. And that's why I have no squabbles at all. I have no feelings to tell you those people coming in here tonight, they are operatives. They don't want people hearing the people calling in here live. These people calling in, Dick Borgie, Constance, Anne Marie, Scott, Jeff, all the people you heard from tonight. I mean, there's so many of them. They're talking up Daniel out of Oregon. They're talking up because the Watchtower knows these are real people in real time. These aren't made up characters. These are ex-Jehovah's Witnesses. And it's not just that they have a bone to pick with the Watchtower. This organization has hijacked their life. It has turned their life into a lot of problems that they never would have had to encounter. So that's why we do the program. Who'd like to come in? Come on in. Say hello to us. Let us know what you're thinking about tonight.
Hey, Rick.
Yes, Jeff.
Hi, Rick. Yeah, I was going to say, some of those newer halls have got a glass room in the back where they pipe in the meeting, and the disfellowship people have to sit in that room. I've seen it before. So that's my comment.
Well, it's a good comment because it's true. It's true. They treat people who are disfellowshipped like second-class citizens. There is no place for that in society today, but the Watchtower does it. Thank you.
I showed that. I told a therapist that. This woman was a therapist for 20 years. And I mean, she was ahead of all the therapy that was going on in her practice. And there was a number. She just could not believe it. I said, yeah, this shunning is real. I said, and she was just in total shock. She could not believe an organization was doing this to this degree. Anyway, thank you.
Well, thank you, Jeff. Thank you. All right.
Hi, Rick, it's Fran.
Yes, Fran.
Well, I just wanted to compare the ones that call in, the exes. We try to be dignified. We try to watch our speech. We try to be polite.
Hi, guys. Very hairy around my penis web.
To each other. And the ones that call in are totally opposite. So when they compare, they want to call them apostates or exes or whatever, we try to be dignified and we try to, control ourselves.
And Rick, I would like to say too,
the Watchtower has so much more to lose than we do. We have everything to gain, and they have so much to lose. And if they enter into a dispute with, well, you or us, they're going to lose on the side of history, because everything they've been doing for almost a century, especially the past number of decades, is just so unacceptable in the eyes of the public right now. It's just that the public hasn't caught up with them yet.
Well, thank you very much, Fran and Joe. I really appreciate
Maybe we can get all together.
Unmuted.
Hi, guys.
Muted.
Around my balls, chronic masturbator.
Unmuted.
Am I gonna come? Love the kid.
This line is now on hold. This line is now off hold. Unmuted. Muted. Goodbye.
All right, just trying to check some of these people out. I'm just getting the numbers. We're gathering numbers. The good thing is here tonight, I got the numbers. I've got some numbers to give to the police department, which is very good. I'm very glad for that. So, anyways, go ahead. You're on with us. Yep. We do have the numbers on these.
This is Sharon in North Carolina.
Yeah, Sharon.
Should be 910.
Yeah.
These guys, they sound like they're very emasculated. They're sexually repressed because of what Watchtower has done to them. So they come on here and they just blabber at the mouth. That's how I'm viewing these guys.
Yeah.
They're not men. They're mice.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. They're sexually repressed. A lot of them are homosexuals. And, that's what they do. A lot of them involved in bestiality. They're there at Bethel. They don't know what to do. So they want to come on a Saturday night and they want to give us trouble. Those are the people that masturbate with their pillows. So, they've been coming in here and trying to disrupt the program tonight. But they're deviates. They're absolute deviates. And I'm glad
they're showing their true selves. That's
yeah.
what they're doing.
Absolutely. So, that's it. That's the type of people you got coming in. I hate to talk like that. It's not generally me, but I'm giving you the God's honest truth. That's who they are. So, they're trying to disrupt the program. But anyways, we got so many people listening in tonight. Man, I'm telling you, I'm so glad that we have so many that still want to hang in here with us. We had some disruptions, but you're hanging in here with us. Who'd like to speak up? Who'd like to tell us what's going on in their world right now? Well, what do you think? What do you think about the Watchtower? Is it going to be around much longer? I don't give it much. Really, when I hear what's going on here tonight, that gives me way more incentive. I tell you what, I love protesting. I want to get out there and do more protesting. I want to just keep shouting from the mountaintop how bad the Jehovah's Witness organization is. I'm not giving in. I'm not giving up. I'm not giving out. We're moving forward. We're going to move forward with this and let the whole world know what goes on behind the curtains of the Watchtower. All right, you're on with us. Who would like to say hello? Boy, we have been, yes, we've got Susan.
People are
Baphomet.
This is what.
That sounds very.
Bruce Jenner.
Yeah.
Kris Jenner's a witch. The Kardashians are witches. They did that to Bruce Jenner.
Yeah.
They made Kanye crazy.
Yeah.
That's what they're teaching it in public schools now.
Yeah. Well,
they're doing it all over the place now.
Well, I believe you. I believe you. All right. Oh, thank you, brother. Okay, we got Susan. Go ahead, Susan.
I just want to, I don't know if the audience remembers this, but the last straw came when the police got involved. They called the police.
You want to watch me stroke my concrete? If we were closer.
Then they sent, and the police came here with Uzis loaded, and they wanted to shoot. They said that you were beating me up and that I was being held hostage here in our home. And the police came and they wouldn't leave until they talked to me separately from you so that they could find out if I was okay or not. And these people are very sick. And, when guns are involved, I don't care if they didn't use the guns. They had these big cars, the biggest I've ever seen when they came up. And there was like 6 police officers at the door plus outside.
Well, let me explain, Susan, for the audience that doesn't know about that. In August of 2021, in fact, it was August 30th, the end of August, we had this happen again. We had a number of drunken Bethelites call in and create disturbance here on the 6 screens, to the point that they really were trying to create all kinds of havoc. They actually called the local police. Now, listen to what I'm saying, that this is exact truth. These apostates, not these apostates, but I'll tell you what, these people called in and they created so many problems for us that they called the police. They told the police that I was holding Susan hostage, and the police came up here. A SWAT team actually came to the door holding a rifle. They came in during the program and said that somebody called the police department and says I was holding Susan hostage. That was not the truth. Susan just mentioned that to you. But they were reported. Those people got in trouble for that. So all I had to do was collect numbers, which I've been doing here all night long. All of these numbers are going to be reported to the police. And what they do with it, who even knows? But, you know, when you interrupt a program like this, I'm not trying to, be overdone here or overdo it. But I mean, really, it's a problem, and it's not to be tolerated. Maybe the police aren't going to put these guys in jail, but I'll tell you what, I'll fight hard to get them so they can't post on Google. I'll fight hard to get them so they lose their phone from the carrier that they're on. That's what my mission is. Okay, Susan, thank you very much, though, for checking in with us and talking about that. So go ahead, you're on with us. Who'd like to say something? Speak up.
Hey, Rick.
Yes.
How you doing? This is Jesse in Yuma, Arizona.
Hi, Jesse.
Hey, I just wanted to share with something you were talking about, what you and Susan were talking about going, interrupting you.
Yeah.
I don't think those were, do you really think they were Bethelites?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Okay. Me and Gilbert, we debated about this a lot. What we've encountered in our lives here in our town is that the children, the non-baptized, the ones who never served, the ones that were smoking marijuana, they're physically out but mentally in. The ones that got stoned and were the ones who led a very hedonistic lifestyle, but their mom and dad are very strict Jehovah's Witnesses. Those are the ones that have always threatened me and Gilbert with violence. Not the active witnesses, but the children who never did nothing in their lives, never contributed money, never built the kingdom halls, never went out in service. They never did nothing for Jehovah, but they're still in mentally. Those are very dangerous Jehovah's Witnesses. Extremely. They're violent because they led a violent lifestyle, but they think that Jehovah is the way. And so it's been our experience that every time we've encountered violence, it's always been from the Jehovah's Witness children who never did anything in their lives, but they want to defend their mom and dad now that they're old sons of bitches.
Well, Jess, I have to tell you, really, I mean, I agree with you that there could be individuals that are renegade witnesses or just witnesses that are upset with what we're doing. But the reason why I say they're operatives is the last time we had this problem, and I really investigated it and had the police, state police, local police, even Google was involved and YouTube was involved as well. I had a good conversation with all of these people. And basically what I'm going to tell you right now is when I listened in, there was a syndicate. There was a number of people that were calling in, and there was a ringleader. And the ringleader had a British accent. As I got my earphones on, I listened very intently to all of these people calling in. And in the background, there was actually 3 people calling in, and then there was a ringleader with a British accent. And he was saying, say this to Rick, do this to Rick, derail Rick, do this. And so, this was a syndicate.
They were organized.
It was organized, yes.
They were organized.
Yes.
Yeah. Another thing is that these people are so evil. They have no semblance of Christianity. So they're going to suffer a lot. We got to pray for them because they're going to suffer a lot of plagues. They're going to be plagued to death with the shot, with everything, all the lies going door to door all over the world and lying in the name of the divine. So these people are going to be very angry as they start dropping dead, and all the lies that Jehovah has told them all these decades are visible for everybody to see. Another thing is, since they abandoned the Holy Spirit, they're full of the spirit of fear. So they're all cowards. When you confront them, they're loaded up with the spirit of fear. It almost oozes from their face. I swear to God, you could almost see the spirit of fear come out of them when you confront them.
Oh, Jesse, you're absolutely right. Boy, I like the way you talk. I like the way you talk. You explain things in little verses, little words, but it makes all the difference. You explain things well. Thank you, Jesse.
Have a good evening.
Hey, you too. You too. Go ahead. You're on with us. We got area code. Yeah, you go ahead. You're on with us.
Hey, Rick, what do you think about Jehovah's Witnesses and Black Lives Matter with all the police stuff going on? Would a witness be disfellowship or being in Black Lives Matter?
They could be. They could be. If they didn't, I mean, if the Watchtower knew about it, they don't want you doing that. They really don't want you doing that. They don't want you to be involved in movements like that. That's a movement. The only thing they want you to be involved in with is them. They don't want you to be involved in anything else. Yeah, they'll warn you at first, but if you continue to do it, they'll disfellowship you. Yes.
Because isn't Serena Williams, wasn't she at a couple of those Black Lives Matter rallies?
Yeah, she was. Well, she supported Black Lives Matter. That's really why we discussed that a couple of weeks ago. It doesn't make sense. The Watchtower let her get baptized and come in. You know, it's amazing to me that they let that happen. It's crazy. But she's a full-fledged witness today, and I mean, before you know it, she'll be a member of the governing body. She has more followers than the governing body does. I mean, than the Watchtower does. Really, the Watchtower, they claim to have 8 million, 9 million people. Serena has 10 million people that follow her on Twitter alone. So she's a big deal. Yeah.
But also, Rick, I think the Watchtower is going to set another date, like for Armageddon, because they got to keep people kind of afraid, and I'm thinking maybe they might say 2025.
Yeah, well, they're constantly trying to work with that, but no dates yet. I mean, they're still a little skeptical to do that. But thank you, brother, for checking in with us tonight here in the 6 Screens. Always good to hear from you. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Okay, bye.
Hey, Rick.
Yes.
Speaking of Armageddon, how come we didn't have go bags in 1975?
Well, yeah, you think you would have had go bags then. I mean, there would have been more, well, let's put it this way, more significant to have it then with the end of the world coming and who only knows what was going to happen. But, it's only now the Watchtower's telling people get a go bag, but they're not telling people where to go. So you get a go bag. And what do you put in the go bag? Well, I'll tell you what. I've had some witnesses call into the program. They've been emailing me and they say, Rick, this go bag thing is crazy. They want us to put things in there that, well, they want you to put a fishing rod. I mean, one of those little, not a fishing rod, but those little like wooden squares that you roll fishing line on. I used to have them when I was a kid, but they want you to put, I mean, witnesses don't know how to fish. They'd be afraid of the fish. They'd be serious. They wouldn't know how to even, they'd be afraid to put the worm on the hook. Never mind catch a fish and take them off the hook. So, what are you going to do? I mean,
not allowed to go fishing.
Really? Yeah, that's crazy. But yeah, the go bags, Dick, I don't know where they're going with the go bags. They have no instruction. Get a go bag, but where are you going to go with it? They say they haven't told people. That's the strangest thing. Oh, my goodness.
I had a comment about the go bag.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's Eric again. Sorry to
Yeah,
comment again.
Eric, go ahead. Yeah.
I heard an ad on the radio, and it was talking about go bags from the government. They didn't even come up with it, but they take the credit. Isn't that something? And I would love to show Jehovah's Witnesses my go bag, because my wife and I, not for Armageddon, but we had a feeling that prices were going to get high. And a few years ago, we stocked up on a lot of food. We have a lot of it, and it's going to last for a long time. And it was at a cheaper price. I would love to say that's a real go back.
You better believe it. Yeah, right, Rick. Yes. Well, I mean, we don't know what's going to happen. There's so many things, and not just in view of the Watchtower, but we have a program on here, conspiracy program, and the Great Reset and everything. We don't know where we are. We really, really don't. I don't think there's anybody in this audience tonight that can tell us exactly what's going to happen in the next couple of years. All I know is things right now are very turbulent, very turbulent. Now, not only for people leaving the Watchtower, but the very world we live in. I think it's disgusting, and I'm not going to, beat the government here to death, but something has drastically changed just in the last 6 months. You guys can all understand that. We've got you guys go shopping, right? I shop. I go into the market basket. I see what's happening. It kind of turns your stomach, doesn't it? Things you bought last year or just say 6 months ago. And I'm noticing, have you guys noticed? Do you buy Nabisco products? Do you buy Triscuits? Do you buy Wheat Thins? I love crackers and I buy those. Have you taken a look at how small the package is? You got to be kidding me. It's like a box of Cracker Jacks. It's nuts. And what did it shrink inflation? That's discouraging. People work hard for their money, and they go into the store and they're looking at. I bought some eggs the other day. I thought it was unbelievable. $8.78 for a dozen eggs. Are you serious? I would never think of doing that. If I had a family, I couldn't do it. Fortunately, it's just me and Susan. We like eggs. We don't eat tons of them. But okay, fine. I'll spend the $8.48 or whatever it was, 78 to get them. But that's too much for eggs. Something's going on that's not right. And I know you people out on the West Coast, you're paying well over $5 a gallon for gas. But I mean, it just starts there. And if you notice cheese and butter, these are what you call staples. These are things you use every day. You guys know you use butter every day. You use milk every day. The milk has been okay. That's been staying pretty stable. But if you notice the price on butter, I was buying butter for $1.99 a pound just a couple of months ago. It's now $3.99 a pound. It's doubled. Now I'm not totally complaining here. I'm just trying to explain. This is going to be hurting people. I see people with families in the market basket where I do my shopping, and they're in line in front of me, and they're spending $250 on a cart a cart full of food. And I'll say to them, geez, you guys, I feel bad for you. And they got little kids. That's too much. I mean, serious. So yeah. You do agree with me, do you, sir? Yeah.
Yeah, and it just feeds into the cult set mentality that at the end of the year, like my own mom now is like, Armageddon, she's been out for quote unquote like 20 years. No, not 20 years, like 15 years. She's like, oh, Armageddon's gonna come. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Like, oh, okay. Like, all right.
Well, I'll tell you, when the Watchtower, when people walk out of the market basket or wherever they do their shopping, see, this feeds right into the Watchtower mentality. The Watchtower is going to use this high inflation and government turbulence as a sign of the end. And, even witnesses are saying that. And I mean, I'm saying it myself because I know that everybody's affected by it. So we don't know where the world's going to go. But I know the Watchtower's never told us the truth. But, what I would like to at least clarify here tonight and say it very plain and very, very clearly. The witnesses have always projected that they have the absolute truth. How many times have they failed? How many times have they failed? People have planned their life around what the Watchtower told them to do. It never happened. Look at 1975. People sold their houses. They moved to where the need was great. I know one particular man, he moved from right up here in Massachusetts. He had a beautiful split-level home. And he moved out to where the need was great in 1975, out into Podunk, Iowa, out in the middle of nowhere. And then he gets stuck out there, and now I don't believe he has the money to move back. So the Watchtowers create a lot of problems for people, a lot of problems. You're on with us. Yeah, go ahead. You're on with us.
Hi, this is Jim in Seattle.
Hello, Jim in Seattle.
I'm hoping that the Bethel boys who are listening in are still paying attention, because I wanted to try to make a point with them. They've volunteered to serve at Bethel as unpaid volunteers. They do this in their early 20s or late teens, and they look forward to a career of being supported by the Watchtower Bible and Tract Society. They need to look around a little bit and maybe talk to some of the older people at Bethel who have just been told that they need to go back to the field and go home. These volunteers have not paid anything into Social Security during all the time that they've worked at Bethel. As a result, they have no Social Security benefits when they come out. They have no saleable job skills. They're left at the age of 60 or 70 being put into a position of doing manual labor. And these boys who think they're being so clever right now need to put on their future vision goggles and give some thought as to what's awaiting them around the corner. It's a lot closer than Armageddon is, and it'll hit them sooner than they think. Thanks for your time.
Well, that's a good comment, Jim. That's a very good comment. Absolutely. And I hope they're listening in. They seem to settle down a little bit. Maybe, you know, I'll tell you what. Yeah, they seem to settle down. But thank you, Jim. Always good to hear from you. My goodness gracious, you're a man and a half. Keep standing tall. Thank you, Jim, out there in Seattle. All right, you're on with us. Go ahead. Yeah, my goodness. Okay, let's go. Hold on. We got 3 or 4 people wanting to come in at once. Let's go with Michigan, the Northern Peninsula of Michigan. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Farron.
Yes.
First of all, we've talked about several times in the past that this Armageddon thing is a hoax. Nothing has ever come out of it. Nothing has ever come out of all of these prophecies. We're still here. And I don't know how many times the world was supposed to come to an end. That's the one point. I want to make a comment, too, on the go back. Are you aware of the fact that Orthodox Christianity that taught that when it comes time for you to go and so forth, that you will be provided clothing? It's in the Roman Church writings in the book of Revelation and so forth. And I'm just wondering why the Watchtower doesn't teach that. I'm just wondering why they're promoting this go bag business.
Well, the go bag business is to create a sense of urgency. What they do is, like any sales pitch, they want to tell you the world is ending. Get your go bag ready. They want to let you know that the Great Tribulation is starting. This is how the Watchtower survives. This is how they thrive. They thrive on negativism. Oh, the world is ending. Yeah. So that's what they do. That's what they do. Yep. So anyways, that's what they do, Ken. They thrive on that. They got to let you know that things are ending. Get ready. Armageddon's around the corner. Thank you, Ken. All right, we had some more coming in.
We'll keep listening.
Thank you. And we had a couple others want to come in as well. So my goodness, we're glad that we have all these people coming in tonight on the 6 screens. We got Watchtower operatives of, well, maybe they're listening in. Maybe they're listening in. Okay, go ahead, Dick. You're on with us. All right. Well, let's go back. Let's see what's going on. Boy, we got a lot of people coming in. I can't really believe it. But, you know, I'll tell you what, friends, just being very candid. You want to speak up? Go ahead. You're on with us. Eric, 630. That's you. Is that you want to tell us your name?
Yeah, sure. I'm Steve.
All right, Steve. I thought it was. Yeah. Now you're calling in from 630. Are you out in Naperville area or Chicago or what?
That's where. Yeah, I grew up there. This is just a number that I kept since then. So.
So you grew up in Naperville?
But
I grew up in Lamont, which is right, about 20, 30 minutes depending on traffic back in the day. Now it's like an hour.
Oh yeah, no, I'm familiar with the area. I know where Lamont is. Yeah. So anyways, good to have you back with us here, Steve. I mean, you had a program on here years ago. We're glad to have you with us. You're still in the military or what?
Yep. Still chaplain in the Army. So
Yeah. Well, good for you. Well,
fun. It's a great time.
Well, we're proud of you. Good man, Steve. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, go ahead. What's on your mind? Yeah.
So question. So my mom was telling me that a cousin of mine, they were instructed to, but they were highly encouraged to not have kids. And then like my aunt and uncle wanted, my uncle's a doctor, and they sold their house, and now they're all four of them are living together because my cousin's not going to have kids. Are they pushing when you said go back? That's what I was like. I'm wondering, are they pushing for witnesses not to have kids now?
Well, they've never. Let me put it this way to you, Steve. I mean, they're not telling you not to, but there's inferences of that. Whenever they tell you the end is close, get your go bags ready. What's that going to do to the average? Is the average young Jehovah's Witness couple? Are they gonna want to actually have children when the end is so close? The answer to that is no.
Yeah. Well, I know like in the 80s they were really pushing it, so that's why I was wondering if they rekindled it now. Because I know in the 80s and early 90s it was, but then they kind of backed off when they realized they didn't have any new blood, and then I just wanted to know if they picked it up. But thanks, Rick. You're doing a great job. Love your show. Glad to be dipping back in occasionally.
Thank
God bless you.
Well, good to hear from you, Steve. Always good to hear from Steve. Thank you. I really appreciate you calling in. Well, there you go. Steve had a show on here years ago. He worked with therapy. He actually went to school for that and helped so many ex-witnesses on our program. He had, it was called Out of the Fog and Into the Sunlight, was it? Something along those lines. Did a great job. We really love to have Steve.
After the fog.
Sunshine After the Fog. I couldn't. Yeah, there you go. Sunshine After the Fog. Well, anytime you want to come on, Steve, and do that again, the door's open. Okay?
All right, we'll do. Thanks, Rick. Have a good night. I'll just keep listening.
Thank you. Well, there you go. That's Steve Gusick. My goodness, you've heard from him before. I'll tell you, friends, it's just amazing to me. It's just amazing to me. I just want you all to just stop and think. And we just stop and think for a second. We come on here every Saturday night and we talk about the witness world and what have you. Obviously, this has really affected so many of us. Geez, so many of us have been affected by this by this organization. It's been unbelievable that we've had so many people that have been hurt by this organization, and yet they come on every Saturday night. And we talk all about it. It's just absolutely wonderful that people can express themselves here on the 6 screens, and it's just a wonderful thing that people can get their good feelings. They can come on, they can express themselves. And don't you think this isn't helping people? It's helping people big time. So anyways, I think it's wonderful that we have a program like this. I wish we had a program like this when I was leaving the Watchtower. I really do. Okay, Debbie, you want to come on? Say hello, Debbie.
Yeah, I just wanted to say something. They were talking about the Black Lives Matter. That all the money, a lot of people didn't realize that was a political party. All the money that people donated to Black Lives Matter went straight to the Democratic Party. And I don't know that everybody knew that. I found out just by accident, and I thought a lot of people are supporting that. That probably were Republicans and probably would get mad over that.
Oh yeah. Well, I'll tell you what. I mean, you could get in trouble for being that. Jehovah's Witnesses don't want you to belong to that party. Oh yeah. Oh yes, yeah. Yeah, a lot of people. Maybe they try to join movements like that. A bunch of black witnesses, but they get reprimanded for that. Absolutely. Well, thank you, Debbie, for coming in and being with us tonight. Always good to hear from Debbie. Go ahead. You're on with us. Who'd like to say something? You're on 6 screens. What's on your mind tonight? My goodness. Go ahead and speak up. All right. Just trying to get some of these drunken Bethelites, as we call them, off the program tonight. I maybe we should send them. Yes.
Rick, I just wanted to tell everybody last week on Gil's show, I kind of had a breakdown, and I wanted to tell you that Gil called me after the show, and several days this week we have talked for hours and hours, and she has helped me so much. I can't begin to tell you, and even my daughter and I got the courage to talk to my daughter, and we had a really good conversation. I think one like we've never ever had before, and he's just gotten so much better. And thank you to Gail, and I just wanted to let everybody know that I'm okay.
Well, thank you, Debbie. Thank you very much for checking in with us and telling us that. Okay, we've got, looks like, yeah, go ahead, friend. Yep.
Debbie, we were all listening, and we just wanted to say we love you so much, and our hearts go out to you, and don't ever feel like you're being judged. We don't judge here.
Okay, thank you, Fran.
You're welcome.
Well,
hello.
Yes, you're with us. Go ahead.
Hello.
Go ahead.
Rick, I wanted to ask Debbie what she said about Black Lives Matter. Where did she see that? That they.
You can go on the Black Lives Matter. You can go on their website, and when you ask, if you check it out really good, you'll see it all went. It all went to the Democratic political party.
I feel obligated to just say something about Black Lives Matter because I often hear about them here. Black Lives Matter, as I understand it, was a grassroots idea that was started when George Zimmerman was found not guilty after he killed Trayvon Martin. And that's when the Black Lives Matter movement got started. The idea behind it is, there's the understanding that everybody matters, but generally Black lives get left out of that. And so if it's difficult to say Black Lives Matter, think of it as Black Lives Matter too. Now, in time, when you get a good organization, then you have copycat organizations and when money is involved. So you have other offshoots, but Black Lives Matter, as far as I know, it is not a political organization donating to the Democrats, of donating all their money to the Democrats. They may give some money to the Democrats because I would think they would give money where they think it would benefit. If they're going to give to anything political, I would expect them to give to the Democrats rather than to the other major party. But Black Lives Matter was started after the not guilty verdict with George Zimmerman, who killed Trayvon Martin. That's what I always thought. I could be wrong.
Well, the one thing I do know, Zach, is one of the women that started the Black Lives movement. She was a Jehovah's Witness at one point. Did you know that?
You've said it many times. I do know that I'm a born-in witness, and if I were a Jehovah's Witness, I would not most likely I would not be involved in a Black Lives Matter movement. It's not the first time that's come up. I think back in the 60s, there were issues with getting involved with freedom rides and, with the civil rights movement at that time. Witnesses who wanted to be involved in those kinds of movements, they did face pressure not to be involved.
Oh, yeah.
So I would expect the same thing to be today. I don't think many witnesses are trying to be involved in Black Lives Matter. Now, if you're a person like a Serena Williams and you've got a public life and you've been involved in everything all the time, it's a little more difficult to separate yourself completely from it.
Yeah, well, of course, Serena Williams, now she just got baptized, as we all know, just a couple of weeks ago. But prior to that, not too long ago, she was a very outspoken person in favor of it. Now she's going to have to, kind of calm that down a little bit. The Watchtower won't let her do it.
If I were a witness, I would be in favor of it too. Just like her, I might not be totally outwardly involved, but I would mentally at least, I would support Black Lives Matter because that kind of giving attention to this and saying Black Lives Matters too needs to be said. And so I would probably feel that way as a witness if I were an active witness. But I might not be involved in it. I might even give donations if I knew that the money was being handled properly and that I wasn't giving to an organization that was just using the name. You have to do your homework.
Well, yeah, I did the homework.
I was just going to tell you, before it went, I saw where you were reading about with Trayvon Martin and everything. And there apparently were two Black Lives Matter movements, but one of them was all going to the Democratic Party.
No, I wasn't reading anything just now, but
I was. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I wasn't reading anything.
It's about Trayvon Martin and that was international movement. I see what you're talking about.
Yeah, something. This is interesting because I don't know when the decision was made when he was found not guilty, but for some crazy reason I think it was on a Saturday because we were looking at 6 screens, listening to 6 screens, and there was a show that used to come on, and the show person, the person who had the program was Diane. And she's the one that Ricky used to say, put on your tinfoil hat. But there was also a brother named Joe Mason, and he on this one Saturday, he kept coming into her program and asking about the verdict, and because they were like deliberating. And then he came back into Diane's program and said, they just found him not guilty. And after that, he said, I'll tell you one thing. I won't be going into any inner cities now, areas anytime soon because of the verdict being not guilty. I guess he was referencing the LA riots after the not guilty of the police who beat Rodney King. But I just wanted to say that about Black Lives Matter. I hear it mentioned so much about it. And I've even heard the one brother, Jimmy Bell, has said several times on here that they don't believe in family. But that's not what it says. There's something about family. They don't say they don't believe in family. And so I hear so many inaccurate statements, and I feel like as a Black person, I need to speak up for once about this. And now I've said my say. All right,
can I give a comment back to what you said?
Yeah.
One of the big problems, though, with the Black Lives Matter, I mean, I agree, all lives matter. It doesn't matter what color, anything about, every life matters, even unborn lives. And
but what about the fact? What about, Debbie, the fact that Black lives seem to be left out of that? And so someone has to tap society on the shoulder and say, "Oh, guess what? Black lives matter too." That's what the point is.
Well, no, that's not fair. I mean, I understand that it's not fair to say that. I mean, because like I said, all lives matter. And that when you say all, that means everybody of any race, creed, color, or anything. What I was going to say, the bad part of what happened with Black Lives Matter was the destruction that was done all around the globe. That does not serve to help anybody. And it wasn't just Black people. I mean, it was everybody doing it.
Let say.
It's just
Let me.
the riots and all that.
Let me
They
comment.
killed a lot of people, and the people that were doing those riots, and that was it. Really made Black Lives Matter movement look bad.
All right. Well,
let me comment about that.
Well,
Rick, I do.
Okay, we're gonna spend one more minute on this, but we're not gonna get into the Black Lives Matter yet. Go ahead.
Let me have the last say.
Oh, okay.
For once, because it's always brought up. Okay, this idea that Black Lives Matter is the fault for the rioting that took place. There may have been organized protests, and then other people, some of the protests turn into riot, because that's not just Black Lives Matter anymore. And so you just now said around the globe, that's not under the umbrella of Black Lives Matter. When you think about it, that protest was started, and I will say this because one man, a law enforcement officer, knelt on a man's neck for 9 minutes and 29 seconds, and he was assisted by two other men, one on the guy's back and the other one holding his leg so that the man could get no leverage so he could not breathe. And so you had a fourth man keeping people back from giving any kind of medical assistance or stopping this murder from happening in broad daylight. And that's why people protested initially. And of course, you had copycats and troublemakers and all that other stuff. But that does not come under the umbrella of Black Lives Matter. And it is misleading and
I apologize.
Yeah, it's salacious to put it under Black Lives Matter. You have to, it's a choice. How you view these things is a choice. Okay, that's all.
All right. Well, Deb, we'll let that go. We're not going to get into the Black Lives Matter. The only reason why
Well, just move on. Then move on, Rick.
Yeah, well, no, the only reason why I even connect with the subject is because an ex-Jehovah's Witness started the group, her and another woman, and then they made millions. The woman's living in a mansion. She took all the money. She absconded the money and gave herself.
We're moving on, Rick.
Okay, let's do it. All right, let's move on.
You have to give it a bad name before you move on.
I'm not trying to give it a bad name. I'm just trying to tell you the truth.
Well, that's what you're
I tell you the truth and you don't like it. Okay. All right, let's move on.
No, I'm telling you the truth too, Rick.
Yeah.
I'm being honest with you.
All right. Okay.
You're having a conversation and you're not having people calling in and cursing all that now. Now you're having a real conversation.
All right. Well, no, this is a niche network. We're not into that stuff.
All right. Let us move on.
Yeah, I'm with you. Let's do it. Let's move on. Thank you, Zach. All right. So.
Hey, Rick.
Yeah.
David.
Yeah. No more Black Lives Matter stuff, David. Yeah.
That go bag thing, that was really good, you know?
Yeah.
The thing of it is, down here in the South, the way I understood, they're supposed to get a little first aid kit. They were supposed to get a fishing pole and some hooks and some weights. And they were supposed to get a little telescopical fishing pole in a reel. And they were supposed to keep that in the go bag. Okay. Now, I know this from my wife and her buddies. And they brought their go bags to the Kingdom Hall and they loaded it up with different fishing items and first aid kits and little things that they had. And then they went out and bought a whole bunch of stuff and they put in some more stuff in their go bags. And it's a good knapsack of different products. And then on top of that, and you said, well, you know, they'll be going out in the woods. And I was thinking about, you know, it's just funny, you know. I said, they're going out in the woods. Wow, that'd be really neat. I can get some more people to find Bigfoot with me.
Yeah, well, yeah, go ahead, sister. Yeah.
Oh, hi, Rick. It's Gail from Massachusetts. How are you?
Gail, I'm cranking along at it. Yeah.
Hi. I was going to make a comment. I've been trying to call in for over an hour, and I forgot what I was going to say, but I remembered now. I was just going to make a comment about the organization as a whole. Back in the late 80s and early 90s, the organization to me was more family-oriented, and the organization has drastically changed. They're more like a business. All they care about is money, and they don't really care about the flock anymore.
And I don't know about you, but I remember a time when families got together. We had the book study on a weeknight. We went to someone's home. We had goodie nights on the first. But what happened, the Watchtower, the ratings were too high, so they got rid of it. I was really crushed about that. And then we had shepherding calls once a month. You could be in bed dying, and you're never going to get a shepherding call. And I'll try to be quick. 3 years ago, I moved to Maine to help my sister out. Well, the house burned down. I came back to Massachusetts, and not one elder called me to assist me. Not that I was looking for something, because I had friends in the world that let me stay with them for weeks, and my daughter stayed in Vermont. I didn't get a phone call, nothing. People in the world were wonderful to me. That was kind of the biggest flag for me why I left. I actually just left a month ago. So what I'm saying about this program, why I call in and how valuable it is, because people as a whole need to belong. And this program is good because it also helps with networking. I've met some wonderful friends on your site. We, you're not alone, and that's the biggest thing. We're not alone. We have other people that have gone through the same thing. And my last comment is that something sinister or someone sinister has infiltrated the organization because it's really corrupt and it's very demonic. And I left a month ago, and I'm not sad that I left. That's all I want to say. And thank you.
Don't go running off too fast now. I want to talk to you a little bit more. So well, hold on one second, Jeff. Let me talk to this young lady here. Okay, Gail. So what? You just left a month ago. What was the?
Yeah, I finally made this.
What was the catalyst?
I've been trying to leave for about a year. At first, I didn't. You know how you feel like, well, maybe I'm crazy. This is. The more I dug, the more I found. I actually a brother called me up and said, you're probably going to die now that you left. And I'm like, what a lovely comment to make to me, but I didn't care. A lot of things. The fact that, well, of course, it's sexual child abuse, because my daughter was abused and they wouldn't help me. That was one thing. The lack of love. There's a lot of elderly sisters that they don't shepherd anybody anymore. I mean, I had to call them to have them come out and shepherd me. That was another thing. The mistreatment of the friends. I mean, I could go on and on and on. There's tons of things that made me wake up. And the more I wake up, the more I'm seeing despicable things. The Bible's corrupt. I just threw all my literature out. I threw my New World Translation out. And now I found new friends that feel the same way I do, and they seem more caring to me than the friends in the Kingdom Hall. So there's a lot of reasons, and I'm actually glad I left. I feel free for the first time because I've been in since the late 70s.
Well, good for you.
My story.
Well, good for you, Gail. Now, let me ask you this. Can I ask you where you live in Massachusetts?
I'm in Burlington.
Oh,
right. From you.
Oh, Burlington, right. Just a couple of towns over. Well, that's amazing. That's amazing. Well, thank you for coming in. This is wonderful. Yeah.
Well, you go through a grieving process, and I want everyone who's listening to understand that. You go through a grieving process when you're in an organization. Well, I call it a religion, but we know it's not today. You felt, well, wow, I got the truth. And then when you find out it was all lies, what it does to your psyche is terrible. I got very ill when I first found out all these lies, because you want to believe this is the truth, and then you find out they did nothing but lie to you. So you go through a grieving process. You get sad because you trusted these people. I never got to a point where I wanted to harm myself, because I have none of my family's in the organization, so that was very helpful for me. But you go through a grieving process. You get angry, you get sad, and then you get to that last stage where you say goodbye and you walk away. And that's the stage I'm glad I finally, it took me a year to get to this point. The friends still call me, but I stopped donating a year ago. I refuse to go out and serve, but I do talk about God to everybody, because I believe in God. I still love God. I believe He loves me, and I don't care what they have to say about that, because I have a relationship with God, and I can't take that away from me. And that's just how I feel.
Well, good for you. I think that's wonderful. I think that's wonderful. You have a relationship with God. That's wonderful.
Thank you. And thank you for this program. My daughter was sexually abused. I actually told her to call in tonight, because
You there? Gail, you there? Well, it looks like Gail probably dropped off the scene. Gail, are you still with us? Well, she dropped off the scene. I just wanted to ask her. I know where the Burlington Hall is. I think that's where she probably went, the Burlington Hall. All right, we've got, looks like we've got, hello, Jim Hill, come on in.
I'm right here.
Yes.
Just a quick comment regarding the go bags.
Yeah.
Jesus said, I shall make you fishers of men. The Watchtower started out teaching people how to preach from door to door. Then they migrated to the cart work. And now they're saying, you're going to have to learn how to fish for yourself. Be fishers of fish.
Yeah.
That's my comment.
Well, it's a good comment.
Bye for now.
You got a good sense of humor. You really do, Jim. Don't you ever lose that. That's a gift. It really is a gift. Well, you're on 6 screens, JW World News. Boy, I will tell you, what a rockin' awesome night we had. Well, we had some Bethelite operatives coming in earlier, but it seems like they kind of calmed down. Maybe they're listening in. Maybe, I mean, Johnny the Bethelite, he came in, first of all, as an operative years ago. But before you know it, he listened to what we were saying here on the 6 screens, and he exited. Well, he became a PMO Bethelite. That's what Johnny became. Well, you're on with us. Who wants to say hello to us? We got an open line here. Whatever you want to talk about, go ahead. You're with us. Let's go. Go ahead, Dick. Then we'll go to Mike. Go ahead, Dick.
Yeah, just a quick thought. They've just come out for new go bags for the governing body, and it's a good bottle of scotch. Jump into your Lincoln or your Mercedes and take a little boy with you, and the Watchtower will tell you where to go. Thanks, Rick.
Well, there you go. Thank you, Dick, for saying that, because that's exactly what happens. Mike, go ahead. Mike from Michigan, you're on with us. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, maybe I missed some. I couldn't get on for quite a while, but did you see the Memphis beatdown? The Memphis 5?
Yeah, well, I mean, that's something that is still kind of coming through the news here. We'll see what happens with that, you know.
Yeah, well, I was just kind of wondering, maybe this is what I don't understand. Like, I think there's some BLM people that call into your program. Maybe it's a little off topic, but I'm still being told that that's a race issue, that's white supremacist cops. But it's 5 black men that beat another black man to death. Like, how's that still racial? I don't get that.
Well, no, it's an issue. We'll see how that develops in the future, but I'm wondering about that too. But we'll let that one go because it's political, and we'll get off the political agenda. Okay, you're on with us. Thank you, Mike, for chiming in. So anyways, I mean, don't you remember? I mean, just stop and think about it. I mean, you guys been involved with the Watchtower for I don't know how long, but me for 50 years. I'm glad I'm out now. I'm glad Satan kicked me out of his organization. But you know, in the Watchtower, everything is a sin. Everything's a sin except theocratic activity, right? Well, you learn that in the Watchtower. Jehovah's Witnesses believe that basically every action can be viewed as a sin in some form. The Shepherding the Flock book, that's the book that goes to the elders. It outlines a seemingly endless number of things that you can be disfellowshipped for. Unbelievable. But really, every activity as a Jehovah's Witness can be viewed as a sinful or wrong activity. Yeah, that's how I used to feel. Everything you did could be wrong. You go to the movies. Well, why'd you go to the movies? You want to play in the Little League. Well, why'd you do that? You shouldn't be doing that. I mean, whatever it would be, everything, whether you wanted to take up a gardening hobby or sports, even watching your favorite television programs, painting, an endless number of things that would be wrong. Well, don't do it. You're spending too much time. I mean, even when you want to go on vacation, well, where are you going? You're going on vacation so you can get to the assembly? So, I mean, everything in the Watchtower organization was a sin. And I think it's really despicable. In fact, even I had a woman write me this week, And, when she was a witness, her and her husband, they went out, they bought a brand new Volvo. And oh my God, that's all they had to do. And they were so materialistic because they bought a luxury car. Really, when you stop and think about it, the Watchtower, they micromanage. They're a micromanaging cult. They micromanage everything. There's really not such a thing in the organization as doing enough. No, you can never do enough in that religion. It brings to mind Brother Hurd's talk, governing body member Hurd. He talked on a talk not too long ago, and he said, is your best good enough? Yeah, in other words, you're working in Jehovah's organization, you're pioneering, you might be an elder, you're writing talks, you're going out in service, but is your best good enough? There's a sister that I was aware of, and this always irritated me. Well, we're going to get rid of that person there. There was a sister that I got information on that it always disturbed me that this sister was working so hard. She was a single mom. Her ex-husband was incarcerated. He was in prison, and she lived in a dumpy apartment in a terrible city and had ridiculously high rent. And she actually worked 2 jobs, waitressing tables at a truck stop, and also doing housekeeping at a hotel. And she was just trying to keep her head above water and pay the rent. But the poor sister, it was terrible. She'd pick her kids up from day school, and then she'd rush home to change and go to work again and get a babysitter. This was a terrible thing. She'd rush home, and if she didn't go back to work, she'd go to the meeting. And she'd rush into the meeting. Sometimes she got there when we were just starting. She always commented, and the kids typically gave comments too. She was actually on the ministry school giving talks, but she wasn't. She was an amazing woman, but the Watchtower didn't seem to think so. As a matter of fact, she got shepherding visits, and they would do nothing but browbeat her and chastise her for not going out on Saturday mornings. And also because her kids were acting up during the meeting. How cruel can you get? The poor girl is busting her hump to remain a witness and do everything that's possible, but still she was being chastised. So gladly, she told me that she left the organization. So wasn't that a good thing? Bless her heart under all that pressure, doing everything she could to maintain her good witness status. It's amazing. I'm surprised the woman didn't commit suicide. Yeah, I hear stories like this that come into the 6 screens, and people write me and tell me these stories. I can't believe them. And then there was another brother in Florida. I don't think I've told the story before, but the poor brother, he loved motorcycles, and he didn't have a car, but he would drive his motorcycle to the meeting, even when it was raining, and put rain gear on, and he'd drive his motorcycle to the meeting. Well, he was a retired man, an older man in his late 50s. He didn't have a wife. He didn't have any kids, but he always made the meetings, even when I'm saying it was raining. He always was out in service, and he never was made an elder. Why? Because he was putting his sacred life in danger in not setting a good example. So by driving a motorcycle, you're putting your life in danger. That's not a good example. These people want to micromanage your life. And also, his leather riding gear was of worldly culture. That's what the elders told him. His leather riding gear, leather jacket, chaps, maybe he had a little hat or cap on, driving a motorcycle, that's what you wear. But, the Watchtower said that's worldly culture. And they considered this man very flashy because he had a motorcycle. And it was an egregious expense. He didn't have to have a motorcycle. Why didn't he get a car? Well, why should a religion dictate to you, what you're going to drive? If you're going to drive a motorcycle, that's fine. But everything was a sin. See, it's all about control and power. They do this, and they leave a part of your life under so much control that you lose power over yourself. And it's terrible what this Watchtower does. So maybe you guys have been in this situation before when you were. Go ahead, Mike. What do you think?
Well, you're bringing up this word control. Well, I talked to two people here it was a week ago, I think it was. One of them was an elder. I hadn't seen him in been a long time. I did most of the talking, but quite a bit was said. But at one point, I said, it's about, because I said more than once, everything I said, well, you know me, I can talk and get on this subject. But I said, if I say something wrong, correct me. You know, like I said, I did a lot of talking. But I said it's about control. And that's when he stopped me. He said, you're wrong. He said, we don't try. He said, that's when I assumed he was an elder. I wasn't sure. I hadn't been there so long. But he said, I'm an elder. We don't control people. You know, well, I remember I telling my dad about this discussion. I told my dad, I said, well, I didn't want to get angry at him. Ultimately, he's under control too. I mean, really, when I said control, the control is kind of from the top down. It's kind of in the way I've been looking at it. But I just thought it was funny because the entire religion is about control. I mean, you can say the same thing about other groups too, but they definitely control people. What you think, what you're supposed to do, you know, top down.
Well,
which is another nickname, Control Tower.
Well, I'm glad you agree. They control you from the cradle to the grave, Mike. Yeah, so that's right. But basically, what the Watchtower wants you to do is everything is a sin, like I say, and they want you to ask permission for everything. Oh, Brother Johnson, can I do this? Oh, Brother Smith, can I do this? They really know how to suck all of the fun out of everything, every wholesome activity you have. They want to make you feel guilty and you're not good enough for the Watchtower. What a terrible organization to do that to people. The thing is that no matter how much you do for the organization, it's never enough. That's why the harder one tries to spin on the hamster wheel, the more anxious and irritable people get in the Watchtower. Even when it comes to two-door cars. Yeah. As a matter of fact, they had a saying going around there for a while. If a person bought a two-door car, they would call it a Baptist car. Did you ever hear that? I've heard it. It's amazing to me that they would call it a Baptist car. I'm wondering, why would you call a two-door car a Baptist car? It's because that's what people who don't go out in door-to-door ministry would buy. The Baptist would buy a car because they don't go door-to-door. But when we go door-to-door, we put a car full of people in there, and 4 doors is what we use so people can hop out and jump in the door-to-door work. How sick is that? How about you? Do you think everything was a sin in the Watchtower? Were you ever reprimanded for something so foolish it made your head spin? Go ahead, you're on with us. What would you like to say? Oh my goodness, I'm sure you guys have a whole lot to say. Go ahead. Go ahead. We got Constance first. Go ahead, Constance.
Hi, Rick. I just wanted to make a brief comment before your last question there. You know, the whole entire organization is all about manipulation and control. And for any of us, many of us, we were involved in that organization, and we know exactly what you're talking about, Rick. And it seemed like it just was normal behavior, just to be loyal, Watchtower, just allowing them to control our lives, like you say, from the cradle to the grave. But what's interesting about it, Rick, is when a person eventually gets to a point where they've had enough of this organization and all of the nonsense and all the manipulation and control, then you really take your power back. And the point I wanted to make is that
I don't care if it's a personal relationship or a boss or a family member or the organization itself. People cannot manipulate and control you unless you allow it. And when you've had enough and you say, okay, I got the game that you're playing and we're not playing this game anymore, that's when you stand up for yourself and you take your power back. And that's what many of us are doing with this organization right now, which Watchtower absolutely hates. And fortunately, that lady, I believe her name was Gail from Massachusetts, kudos to you, sister, for waking up and getting out of that organization, because there is nothing like being free and taking your life back. So thank you, Rick. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're very welcome. Okay, you're on with us. Go ahead. We have area. I'm going to go with area code 213. Go ahead. Area code 213. You want to speak?
Oh.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
You were talking about disfellowshippings and reprimands. In my congregation, I can tell you, I can write a book. A sister got pregnant and she was married and she had an abortion, and they disfellowshipped her because she had the abortion and her husband turned her into the elders.
Is that right? Jeez, what a rat he was. Yeah. Golly.
Yeah. So that's just crazy.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's they rat on each other. They really do. That's what that whole organization's about. Spying, ratting. Who can live in an environment like that? Well, thank you for checking in with us tonight. Okay, we've got. Yeah, you want something else to say? Go ahead.
Don't you believe that abortion is murder, Rick?
Well, yeah, I do, but I mean, I'm not disagreeing that the fact it's murder. I'm disagreeing with the fact that the husband turned the wife in. You know, just.
Well, it shouldn't be a legal thing to do. I mean,
but I mean, come on. I mean, the husband's not going to turn his wife in. A husband can have a good talk and say, "Geez, honey, I wish you didn't do that. Why would he want to turn her into the Watchtower?" You know.
Well, he wasn't much of a husband.
Well, he wasn't much. No, he wasn't. But I mean, that's what they do. They rat on you. I can see the husband, if he was a loving guy, he'd say, "Geez, honey, you know."
Well, when you mentioned the motorcycle thing, I can remember. I know at least two elders that rode a motorcycle. I mean, I guess they had cars too. But correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't you? I believe it was brought up in your heresy trial. Wasn't there somebody in your congregation that went to Sturgis?
Oh yeah, there was a man in our congregation. He was an elder, and he wanted to go to Sturgis, and well, people would come to me. Well, one older sister in the congregation came to me and she says, "Brother Farron, what do you think about Brother Winchester? What do you think about Brother Winchester wanting to go to Sturgis?" I says, "Well, he drives a motorcycle. He likes that. That's what he does." She says, "Well, don't you think it'd be wrong? You know, you go there and there's women that, you know, pull their T-shirts up and wiggle things around." And he said, you know, she was saying that wouldn't be right, Brother Farron. He does that. But I said, well, he's not going there to see that. And I'm sure women do that. But he's going there because he likes motorcycles and he'd like to see what the newest stuff is. So, you know, I gave him my yeah.
Rick, if somebody's actual Christian, that's not somewhere you go. I've seen programs about Sturgis. There's nothing wrong with someone riding a motorcycle, but Sturgis, I mean, that's angels.
Well, it's a lot, yeah, but it's not all that. You have a distorted view. I don't drive a motorcycle. I never did, but I'm going to cut some people some slack. You know, there's certain things in life, Mike, that people like. You know, people who are really into motorcycles, it's like a motorcycle show. You're not going there to see women. They're going to lift their T-shirts up, you know?
Right. Well, I guess they didn't. Well, they didn't remove him from being an elder?
No, he went, but that was okay. I had no problem with it. He went. I wasn't upset with it. Some people were, but I wasn't. If that's what he likes.
Well, it seems like if they were as controlling as you're saying, they would have removed him from being an elder. So he went there and faced me back.
Well, the thing was, Mike. Well, but everything is a sin. I mean, everything. I mean, I can remember once I walked into the movies and it was not the movies, right? I walked into Kingdom Hall because I saw a movie the night before. And geez, I'll tell you what, it was, geez, I got chastised for that. It was actually a G-rated movie, and they chastised me for going to that, you know?
I don't know, Rick. I've seen some elders. Yeah, I know they probably drunk 30 beers apiece.
Yeah.
Nobody ever said nothing about that.
Oh no, they don't. I mean, it's but everything's a sin. All right, who's on with us? We got area code 540. Come in. That's Virginia, I believe. Go ahead. Come on in. Yeah.
David.
Yes, Dave.
Hey,
Yeah.
I just wanted to tell you right now, some of the Baptist people in our general area started talking to the witnesses and having little book studies and stuff like that. And then the people that are leaving some of the Baptist religions in our general area are going back and saying, hey, you know, we're really being bad. We were not being liked in our church and stuff like this. And the witnesses don't act like that. They're a loving bunch of people. And I had this lady I listened to, and she was telling me about when she was in the Baptists, she didn't have any friends or anything. She couldn't get into that niche of people to be with that crowd or another crowd. And then the witnesses used and played off of those scenarios to her to hook her into studying with the witnesses here in Virginia. And I was like, you've got to be kidding. Use this lady of her fears in the things that were going on in the Baptist religion here. And then you took that and ran with it and made the lady feel really great when you're studying with the witnesses. And the other things about this lady, she was saying other stupid things, and they were feeding off of her weaknesses and stuff.
Wow.
And that really irked me.
Well, David, that's what they do. They're not a loving organization at all. Well, thank you, David, for checking in with us. Appreciate it. All right, let's see what else is going on behind the curtains of the Watchtower. Well, we've got a pasta babe. She's coming up here very shortly. That's Linda James. She's your favorite apostate, and she burns the midnight oil right here on the 6 screens. She'll be coming on around 11 o'clock, and she'll be able to discuss things with you. Maybe you, well, she discusses a lot of things. She does really well, and she goes all night long till about sometimes 6, 7, 8 in the morning. So why don't you check a pasta babe out tonight? Maybe you can't sleep. You're pacing the floors. Check out a pasta babe right here on the 6 screens, Telenetwork. Well, I'll tell you what, we're so glad that we can get together every Saturday night and do this. I think it's great that we can all get together and talk and be able to be a community here. This is a community that, you know, is quite strong. We have a lot of people belonging to the 6 screens community, but I have to tell you, I mean, you guys have put up with a lot too from time to time because we do live shows. You know, we have people coming in and causing problems, but thank you for staying with us and understanding that. When you do a live program, you can have these type of snafus. But anyways, we get through it and we'll continue to get through it because we're not giving in, up, or out. We're going to keep moving forward, exposing the Watchtower. Yeah, we got open lines here. We got about 15 minutes left before a pasta babe comes on. We've heard from a lot of people tonight. If you haven't called in tonight and you'd like to call in, right now is a great time to do it. If you're on YouTube, why don't you take a look at that number? There it is, 727-731-6701. Go ahead, call the number. Come on in, talk to us. Let us.
Mr. Farron?
Yes, you're on.
Hi.
Hi.
This is JP from California.
Yes, JP.
How's it going?
Good.
the show's been kind of all over the place because there's been a lot of nutcases calling in tonight. But I was just wondering, what do you think about if the Watchtower is opening thing in Ramapo? Why don't they follow like the Mormons in that and make, instead of a BYU, they make like a university for witnesses, and I don't know, maybe we could call it like a CTRU, like Charles Taze Russell University or something like that. And then what do you think? Do you think they'd make a lot more money off witnesses sending their families there tuition or something?
Well, I've thought about that. I think that the Watchtower missed the boat on that, JP. I do. If they would have, the Mormons have it, Brigham Young, and there's many people who graduated from Brigham Young that have gone on to do quite well. Many in the political world, many in the scientific world, the business world, and they make a lot of money, and they're able to give money back to the Mormon Church. The witnesses missed the boat on that. They never wanted you to get educated, so the people in the Watchtower, for the most part, sad to say, have had to take menial jobs, and they couldn't make a lot of money. So the Watchtower is missing out. The Watchtower is missing out on millions of dollars. It's a good idea you got, JP. It's a darn good idea. They should have started it years ago.
Yeah, I don't think I'd want to take a science degree from there, and especially a history degree, because you'd probably be off for like 20 years.
Yeah.
Off of your exam, off of each thing.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting you bring that up, because it's something that, it will be a great fundraiser. I mean, colleges make money. They're not all going down the tubes. They make money, and the witnesses could charge tuition, and they could kind of watch the curriculum and what they are, having kids learn about. They could really hide a lot of the nasty stuff. They wouldn't have to bring that up. And they could get college graduates. They could go out and get a good job and make good money and give the Watchtower more money. But what are you going to do when a person's, in the Watchtower and just kind of scraping along? How much money can he give? Jeez, I mean, come on. You got to pay your rent. You got to buy your food. You got to pay your car insurance, your telephone bill. Geez, and all the other little expenses in life. How are you going to be able to, give the Watchtower? You might be able to throw $20 here or there, but don't look for big amounts of money,
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, so what's going on? Yes, Susan.
Nice talking with you, Rick. Have a good night.
Well, JP, thank you for calling in. Appreciate it. Did you want to say something to him, Susan?
Oh, I didn't want to interrupt. So sorry.
Yeah, no problem.
But I interrupted him. I thought he was done. You were going to talk tonight about a building that the Watchtower bought. You mentioned that to me. Wasn't there a building that the Watchtower just purchased of millions of dollars worth?
Well, let's see. That would have been last week, I believe. Then that was in New York. That was in Long Island. And they bought it from the Geico insurance people. Geico Insurance. You see the little lizard there on TV. It's a big insurance company. So they had in Long Island, New York, they had a big building, and they just sold it to the witnesses. I believe it. I can't remember now. I don't have it on the tip of my tongue, but I believe the witnesses paid, don't hold me to it, but I believe it was $28 million or something along that.
Oh my goodness.
But at the same time,
what is the building for?
Well, they didn't say. In the newspaper article, they bought the building, but they didn't say, the newspaper article from New York said the witnesses bought it, but the witnesses didn't inform the newspaper what they were going to do with it. So that's kind of odd. I would like to hear the witnesses say, well, we're going to make it assembly hall, or we're going to make a educational additional center or whatever. They didn't say. So what that now, I'm jumping to conclusions. I mean, I don't know for sure, but I'm thinking they're going to flip it. They're going to flip it, because the first party that was going to buy it, they were going to pay a lot more for it. But then they realized that some of the zoning that they wanted, the town wouldn't give it to them. So they reneged on the deal. The building's worth like $20 million more, but Geico Insurance sold the building to the Watchtower just to dump it. But I'm thinking the Watchtower, where they're in the real estate business, Susan, I'm thinking they're just probably going to buy it and flip it. I mean, I don't know, but I'm thinking if they're not going to tell you what they're going to do with something, everybody that buys a building, I see it all the time. When Donald Trump buys a building, I watch the New York newspapers, the New York Times, the New York Post. When Donald Trump, for example, buys a building, the newspaper says what he plans on doing with it. When anybody buys a building, they tell you what they're planning on doing with it. But the Watchtower, they do things in a very fuzzy way. They never really divulge much. Something doesn't pass the smell test, Susan.
No, it doesn't. I mean, how big is the building?
Oh, well, the building is huge. Well, the building is huge. I believe it's 2 stories, and it sits on. I can't really remember. I wish I could look it up fast for you here, but it sits on multiple acres. I'm not talking about 2 or 3. I think it sits on about 18 to 20 acres of land. It's huge. It's a big building. Yeah. Yes.
So Geico's going out of business?
No, Geico is not going out of business, but they just, they wanted to move on. Maybe they got a better building somewhere and they wanted to sell that off, but they were having trouble. The people who wanted to buy it were having some zoning issues. So Watchtower came in and bought it at a really good price. And friends, that's what you do. When you're in the real estate business, it's called flipping. And that's what the Watchtower, I believe, is doing in this case, unless someone can tell me otherwise. I don't want you to take it to the bank and cash it, that they're going to flip it. But, I can only, when I think of the Watchtower, I don't think of things that are wholesome, clean, and pure. I think of sinister activity. And I can see here that there's something that's not passing the smell test. Yeah.
Hey, Rick, if I could add a comment to you and Susan just real quick.
Sure.
When it comes to the flipping the real estate, they're probably going to do the same old thing, and they're going to use the brothers' free labor. They're going to do it right and fix it up, whatever's wrong with it, and then they profit, and nobody makes money on it that actually did the work.
Yeah, well, that's exactly right, Eric. What they'll probably say is they're going to use it as a communication center or a translation center or some attachment with a title like that. And then the witnesses, oh, isn't that wonderful? Get all the witnesses to come in, fix it all up, and then flip it and make a few million on it, Yeah, that's what they do. I mean, I hate to, people say, geez, Rick, why don't you give these guys a break? I can't give them a break. Can you give the Watchtower a break? Can you give the Watchtower organization a break? No way. These guys don't deserve a break. Did they ever give you a break? Did the Watchtower really think about it? Did the Watchtower ever give you a break? Really. I can remember coming to me when I had 5 children and I had a business and I had to be open on Saturday. And I can remember an elder coming to me, Rick, we have to remove you as a servant because you're not getting out in service enough. I said, well, we're crying loud. I got 5 children. I have a business that I have to run here on Saturdays. It's the biggest day of the week. I can't get out in service. Well, you really should. And, we're going to remove you as a servant because you can't do it. That's no break, right? They don't give you a break. You're listening in here tonight. Did the Watchtower ever give you a break? The answer is no. No.
Where was the break for my wife when she had 5 reinstatement letters and 4 for myself and no reinstatement?
Yeah, no break there, Eric. No break at all. No. And look at you.
And the kicker is that she got reinstated the 5th time, but her mother ratted her out from it's a long story, but she made a comment that God isn't happy with the governing body, and she posted it, the text message to the elders, and It's the governing body, not God. You guys have a good night. I just wanted to add that.
Well, thank you, Eric. No, in fact, I know so many. In fact, there's no such thing as a good break in the Watchtower. There really isn't. There is no such thing as a good break. And you guys know what I'm talking about crying out loud. It just doesn't happen in the Watchtower. They're not going to. Their whole thing is to make life miserable for you. They're not in the business of trying to make you a happy witness. They want to make you feel so depressed, so downhearted. That's the business they're in. And the more they can do that, the more they can control you. They want to see you on your hands and knees. Oh, please help me, Watchtower. Please help me. See, the thing is, you have to learn about a cult. See, what a cult does is they cause the problem, and then they solve the problem. So when you're on your hands and knees and you're down and out, you don't know what to do, you're ready to jump off a bridge. Oh, Jehovah loves you. The organization loves you. Come and be with us. They'll love bomb you. They'll try to make you feel wonderful. And you're so depressed. So seriously, I mean, you guys know it. I'm preaching to the choir. You guys know all of this. But I'm hoping we're reaching PMOs. I'm hoping we're reaching PIMQs. Yes.
Yeah, I had a PMO write me the other day on my channel, and he was really upset, but he said that they remodeled his hall twice, and the second time they remodeled it, they sold it out from under him. You know, to me, it looks, to me, honestly, Rick, they're wiping their asses with these witnesses. And I mean it. They are wiping their asses. And the reason I'm saying it so strong, Rick, is because they deserve it. The elders in there are going along and buying this stuff. They're lying. They're lying along with governing body. And so, you know what? The governing body's doing what they've always done. They're selling off the property. It's none of your damn business. That's the relationship between governing body and the people. And they're just treating them like crap. And, you know, at one time I kind of felt sorry, you know, for the people in there. But now it's like, you people, you know, you're blindly following. Your only objective is paradise. Even the whole agenda of Watchtower isn't loving people, isn't going out and preaching good news to people. It's their intention is to get their butts into paradise, which has nothing to do with people out here and loving the people. And the fact of the matter is, they hate the people out here. They're wishing any day that genocide would come on the people. So I think it's interesting, Rick. I've taken kind of a new position. I'm standing back watching, and I'm like, Watchtower's just doing whatever they want with them. They're mopping the floor with them. You know, they're just really, I mean, they're stealing their money. They're stealing their homes. I've had a couple people write me really upset that Watchtower took their inheritance, took their mother's inheritance. These guys are lowlifes on top. And they don't give a rat's ass about those people on the bottom. And I don't know, Rick, I'm kind of changing toward the people. It's like they don't want to wake up. I mean, you guys, you ought to have the blinders off by now. You ought to say enough is enough. When Stephen Lett said what he said about those children, you know, those wives should have rushed to New York and beat them with sticks for a man to be so. That's just washing a wife's face, saying all your emotions that God put in you, this gift, this wonderful child, become as a child, Jesus said, this wonderful thing. And to have this authoritarian dictator, narcissist, Stephen Lett, say what he said to those women, breaking that love bond between a mother and a child. You know, I mean, at a certain point, you just say, come on, people. Now you've got to pay the price. And the Bible says that. If you don't get out of Babylon the Great, if you don't get out, you've been warned, you've seen the false prophecies, you've seen everything. If you don't get out, you're on your damn own. And now it's getting worse. Bad men advance from bad to worse.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I got something to say, Rick, too.
Yeah, go ahead, Denise.
As far as the real estate and all the stuff, how they do that, years ago, I've been on Watchtower a long time, but the internet was an interesting thing because you could research different things on it that, you know, normally would have taken years to figure out. But anyway, you get on the internet and you do a real estate deal, and then you notice that Watchtower has their very own real estate company owned by JWs. So what they do is they go out and find properties that are say whatever, right? And then they go, Watchtower goes in and buys the property dirt cheap, and then they buy the neighborhood out, and they say, well, we're buying this because we're building this thing, and you know, they get it rezoned to put up a shopping center in these people's backyard, right? But see, they already bought out the neighborhood. So when it goes up in front of the city to rezone it to build this shopping center in their backyard, well, there's no neighbors to complain. So it gets rezoned because there's no objections. And then, meanwhile, they bought all that real estate around there tax-free because it's for Watchtower or Jehovah's Witnesses or however they put the name on the title. So they bought all this property tax-free. And then they build this shopping center in the backyard, ruins people's view of the sunset at night and everything. And nobody can do anything about it. And then what they do when they're done doing that, they sell it for 20 times what they paid for it. And then they sell the neighborhood. They sell the condos and the houses in this little neighborhood through the real estate company. And, you know, if you go into their real estate company, you cannot even view their properties without signing a non-disclosure order. And they got this scam. It's a scam on land and real estate, and it goes on all over the place. In every country, there's a branch office, and they have lawyers. You know, it's a big real estate scam. And it starts from the very beginning to buy cheap land and do whatever they want with it. Yeah, I'm done ranting now.
Well, there you go. Well, you're absolutely right, Denise. Well, thank you for sharing that with us. That's exactly what they're doing.
Hey, Rick.
Thank you. Yes, Dan.
Yeah, that was a great thought she just mentioned. And I got to tell you, there's an elder that somebody called me the other day and said this elder wants to come on your show, but he is pissed. I mean, I don't know what they did to him, but he's done it all, you know. And he just said, look, there is nobody coming in here. He said, it's just a tiny few crumbs, maybe people's kids getting baptized. But he said, the only ones left in there are the old ones that are kind of hanging in there. He said, but anyone who comes in doesn't last long. They're right out, just wham. And so everything's changed in there. The whole environment is changed. That's why the governing body upped at another level, the thievery that they're doing to these people. And so I was mad. You know, I told this gal who's putting this elder through, I said, you know, these elders are partly to blame. Shame on them. Shame on them for what they're doing. Shame on them for continuing to promote these guys. How many false prophecies do you need? You know, I mean, do we throw you in a lake of ice cold water and wake you up? I mean, what do we got to do? You guys are enabling these guys. So anyway, this guy popped out of there, but he wants to come on the show and he wants to talk what the hell's really going on with these kingdom halls. What's going on? That I think he felt scammed. I don't know his story. I really don't. I shouldn't say, but I mean, he had a talk with this lady, and he said she's really upset. But this lady was real encouraged. He said it just changed me. She said these elders, Rick, this elder like knew everybody, and then there was another elder who left, and you would have never thought he left. He walked, and then another one walked. So I don't know, Rick. Just hearing these things, it seems like it's coming apart at the seams. And I think they're furious. They're like, we've been deceived. You know, we've we've had time to kind of readjust. But man, these people are like, I can't wait to talk to him. I hope he calls you or, you know, schedule something with us so he can come on. Because what you're going to say, Angela? Yeah, their feeling was like, where else could we go? You know the story we get. You know, we have the sayings of everlasting life. We know Jehovah and all that stuff. So anyway, but furious, and really has some dirt on him. And he said it's all a bunch of BS. He said this whole thing is a bunch of BS. So I can't wait, Rick.
Well, I can't wait either, Dan, but you know something, I have to tell you, there's so many people right now that are getting out of the Watchtower. This is amazing. In fact, this is 17 years this week that we've been on the air, and never, ever, ever have I had a program like this. Our program 17 years ago were nothing, not zero. You didn't get witnesses calling in and PMOs. We had no idea what that even was. We just had a little click going here at the 6 screens, and we'd come in, would talk, and there was nothing exciting. We had nothing to say other than, you know, we'd talk about the pyramid, we'd talk about Beth Serene. But now you take a program like tonight, this is all people wiggling their way loose, and they're coming on here talking about it. So, you know, this is very encouraging. Yep. Very encouraging.
Yeah, and that's it. And that's why, Rick, I keep making videos too, because the people that are out need to be reinforced. They need to look at this thing from different ways. You know, they need everybody's voice to chime in. And so everybody is doing a piece of it. And this show is a mainframe now. And everybody's hearing about it. Everybody's talking about it because they can come on here. They can vent. They can say it from a different point of view. Everybody has a different point of view. It's so nice to hear everybody's perspective. And it's life-changing. Like you said, Rick, we never had this stuff. I'll tell you, when we went out, our infrastructures were gone. There was nowhere to turn. We were totally abandoned. I mean, I remember driving down the road, looking out at the mountain, thinking Jehovah's hand was going to come out of there and snatch me out of my car. And there was nowhere to turn. There was nobody to call. There was nobody. I mean, I was abandoned by my family. The lady who was helping me, we sort of separated. And I mean, it was like old turkey. It was like figuring out, you know, your whole mind was against you. You've done wrong. You should, you know, maybe go back. I mean, we had nothing like this. So just the fact that there's hundreds and hundreds of channels out there, and your channel, live radio, where people can hear, this is life-changing. God has created a place where people can go and land and heal and come in here and be validated and heard and said, absolutely, you're absolutely right. I believe you. I mean, where did we get any of that, you know?
No.
Hey Rick.
Yeah.
Hey Rick, on that point, you're right, Dan. This is Gilbert, but Jesus talked about how, remember, in the last hour, people are going to show up to work and say, "Hey Rick, can I join the 6 screens?" And you're like, "Well, it's 11 o'clock at night. It's 11:30 before midnight." And I think, you know, I'm not trying to make this a religious thing. I'm just saying I think that's what we're witnessing. Like before the death of Watchtower, or before the death of any major crime syndicate, I think at the very end, all of the workers start showing up. Yeah. And I'm making that prediction. I had this argument with my brother, Jesse, but I really think that I can safely say that my prediction is that we are in the 11th hour of the Watchtower demise. And the amount of workers that are going to show up, like Jesus says, they're all going to show up at the very end. Welcome them in. Don't get upset that you've been doing this for as long as you have. And I think Rick Barron is a good example of that. Rick, you've been doing this for a long time, but hey, you welcome anybody who shows up to work at 11:30.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's good. No, in fact, the 11th hour worker, you're right with that. But, you know, that's a great analogy, Gilbert. That's a really good analogy. I never heard of it like that, but that's true. There's going to be a lot of people, and right now it is, yeah.
Yeah, hey, Rick, I wanted to add something to what Gilbert said, and Dan, about the elders. It's real true. I served for 15 years. I think you served for 15 years, Gilbert. And we received a lot of persecution. I was a real believer in Christ. I really believed in all my heart.
And I remember one time there was a kid smoking weed, and the elders assigned me the case to investigate. And the elders put me in a committee because I didn't act on disfellowshipping him. The kid couldn't answer who Jehovah was or who Jesus Christ was when I talked to him. I was in a state of shock. The kid knew absolutely nothing. So the elders brought me into a committee because I wouldn't act on it. And I told him, who the heck baptized this kid? This kid knows nothing about scripture. He couldn't even answer who Jesus was. And when I said Jesus, our service overseer almost hit the roof, like if we were in an exorcism. At the hearing of Jesus, so we were giving our bodies and our minds in the elder room. That's why the Jehovah's Witnesses don't practice politics, because a lot of the brothers who didn't serve as elders don't know that the elder room is a political room. It's so divided into politics, church politics. It is a hellhole. The elders, like Dan said, and I don't want to drop an F-bomb, but it is an F room. It is a political, hate-filled room. And they're the ones to blame for keeping all of the Jehovah's Witnesses. They're doing all the Nazi work. They're doing all the SS work of keeping all these sheep captive. And so all our firepower has to be aimed at the sorry elders, because they're keeping everybody captive. They're the law enforcement branch of the Watchtower.
Yeah, I agree.
Hello, Dan.
Hey, Dan, give him hell. You're being too soft tonight.
I took an antidepressant. No, I'm kidding.
Hi, Jan. This is Constance. I was just going to say, hi, dear. Hi to you and Angela. I was just going to say, what's interesting is I've always been against the jabs, and I've been very vocal about the jabs and how detriment it is. And it's not what it was supposed to be. We're living in an age of deception, even in the scientific community. And a lot of doctors have to keep their mouths really shut because the medical association, the medical students are backed up by big pharma. But anyway, what I was going to say, how this relates to your topic is, this is the first time I've ever known of Watchtower pushing these jabs. And, you think about the brothers and sisters in the organization, many of them are very loving and kind, and they're very sheep-like. And, they believe the organization is very loving. They believe that the organization has their best interests and that it's true. And so anyway, then you have these brothers and sisters that have the jabs because Watchtower was pushing it. All the Bethelites had to have it, elders, everybody. I mean, it was highly, highly pressured. And then, when you find out that some of these people have come down with blood clots, or now they have, myocarditis, which is inflammation of the heart muscle, very serious, or neurological issues, or even death, this can be such a wake-up call for the witnesses who are just so docile, thinking, how in the heck did this ever happen when there's supposed to be an organization of love and brotherhood and looking out for our best interests? So I think it's been a real wake-up call. I know there was a sister sometime back that said this was something that really upset her and her family. And that's why they did leave the organization. Because, our whole world is an age of deception, but Watchtower's right at the forefront of it, So I just wanted to say that. And one last comment, I'll be real brief. The sister, I believe it was the sister before you, Dan, she had some excellent comments about the Watchtower properties. And I just wanted to say this. I remember about a couple of years ago, Rick was talking about the big wealthy properties of Watchtower around the world. It's like, the real Shishi mansions and so forth. That's really hush-hush that the majority of the rank and file are totally unaware of. Well, the website, I have the website here, and I looked it up. Back in the day, you could look at all the homes. They were, at the particular time, it was in England, and like Rick says, they have them back there in the waterfront of Brooklyn. I've never been to Brooklyn, but anyway, the waterfront properties there. And it was B like Barbara, S like Sandra, A like Apple, IBS8 properties, plural.com. Well, I tried to pull it up and Watchtower's taken it down. So I find that very, very interesting. They don't want the average JW to be truly aware of the wealthy properties that they have. So yeah, Watchtower has a lot of properties, a lot of money, but they don't want the average JW to know it. And they took that particular website down. So thank you so much.
Hey, can I say something, guys? It's Angela Clark.
Yes, Angela.
Stephanie Lynn Carson, she's been on the show before, and she's in court a lot. She's got a friend that, what it was is that she lived in Pennsylvania originally, at least for a long time, and her dad and mom and her brothers and all of that. And this woman showed up to one of her older brother's congregation and said that she had been involved in something really horrible back in Maine when she was younger, and described all kinds of horrible abuses that happened, including her witnessing a baby being murdered in a satanic ritual abuse situation with Jehovah's Witnesses. And so Stephanie's going to be going in April to court there with this girl to, bring all this up and bring it out. And so, we're talking deep state stuff, meaning that when you're talking about the shots and all that, I'm not surprised. I'm just saying. So anyway.
I just saying I want to just be careful on Rick's show because we don't want to get him in any trouble. But yeah, that's one thing Watchtower should have kept their nose out of, and that caused a lot of problems, like Constance said, for the congregations. You know what I mean?
Well, I'll tell you what, folks, you guys have really, really taken up a lot of time here tonight. And I appreciate it. My goodness, we needed some people to call in. We were bombarded with the drunken Bethelites tonight, but boy, we had so many people willing to call in. We appreciate all you guys that did. We got a pasta babe. She's in the batting deck here. She's going to be coming up very, very shortly. But I wanted to mention a couple of things here before we go to the other program. A couple of announcements I want to make. For those people listening in on the Six Screens video suite, in March, somewhere around the end of March, we're going to be changing this platform. This platform is antiquated. The sound is not as good as we would like it. The video capabilities are not as good as I would like. So we're going to be changing the Six Screens video suite, but don't worry, we're going to another one. I have a better platform that will make everything better. And plus you'll be able to speak. What we'll do is we'll have you guys be able to speak right through your computer microphone. You won't even have to call into the Six Screens. You'll be able to call in through your microphone on your computer, and that'll be nice and easy for you guys to do that, because the more callers, the better. So beginning somewhere around the end of March, the Six Screens video suite platform will be changed. So I'll give you more information on that, but we got a new platform we're working with as we speak. I'm working with it in the background here, making sure everything goes off nice and clear and nice and perfect, because we have a lot of people that like to listen into the Six Screens from all over the world, and now they'll just be able to listen into this into our new platform and be able to speak right through their microphone without having to worry about calling in with toll numbers and what have you. So we're looking forward to that. So that's good news.
Hey, Rick,
yeah.
I mentioned one more thing.
Sure.
Yeah, I was gonna say, man, we got hacked the other day on Zoom. We were having a nice, wonderful chat, about ready to finish it up, and all of a sudden the Zoom. I mean, I've never had this happen on Zoom, but it was like, shut down your computer, shut down. I'm like, whoa. And then you've been hacked, and all of a sudden naked pictures start coming across, and we're like, what in the heck? And I was like, I felt like I can't get it off. How do I get it off? And all these people are on there. What the hell's going on? I was like, I don't know, man. I think I threw the computer across the room. No, it was horrible, but we got it off, and we had to chop it up. But I've never been hacked on Zoom, so I don't know. Maybe I'm on the radar with you. I don't know.
Well, what happens is, no, they're after us, Dan. They really, really are. And what happened here tonight is it's happened here before. And it's so easy when you're doing something live for people to come in and do that. That's why a lot of people don't do live video because, they can do a YouTube and put it up and don't have to worry about it. But this creates a whole different venue. But we're not going to let that bother us. We're going to keep moving forward with it. But it's really a shame. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, just to validate that, Sharon wrote a book. She's from back there where you're at. You know Sharon.
Yeah.
She wrote a book, and she took down emails, and she sent it to me. And it was pages and pages of guys just like that were on there. What's the Angela? Filthy FU witnesses. Just, anything they could say, any name. I was floored, and worse than any worldly person, she took snapshots of videos of people who attacked her for leaving, and it was pages and pages, and text messages, and I was like, I could not believe the mouth, you know what I mean? It was like such anger, such hatred, such bile from people that were still in. So anyway.
Well, right now, Dan, the Watchtower is in deep doo-doo. They're gonna try everything they possibly can. They know that the apostates are making a real dent in their scores. Many people they're coming out of the so-called truth because they're listening to all of our programs on YouTube and all of the programs and all of the forums they're checking out and watching and writing, Facebook and all of these different venues. So they're upset with that. Why wouldn't they be? Geez, that's got to be really something that's totally irritating. So they're going to try every trick in the book to shut everything down. So, but we got through. We got through. People were writing to on YouTube, well, Rick, why don't you just block the caller? Well, when you have, hundreds of people coming through on a telephone line, I can't even see where the people are coming from. So I gotta look. I got 6 computers running here in my room. So I'm trying to, stop them. Yes.
Yeah, it's Steve.
Yes, Dave.
The people that were hacking earlier or that hack at any time into your program.
Yeah.
It just shows that they do not even believe their own organization, because obviously they teach leave it in Jehovah's hands. Well, if they believed that was true, then that's exactly what they would do. The fact that they step in there and put their useless 2 cents in for their pedophile organization shows they don't even believe the crap that they teach. So again, 100% false, fake, hypocritical, mind control cult.
Well, thank you for
real estate business and pornography business. So obviously the witnesses, stay away from profanity, stay away from pornography. They seem to all get into that. And as we know, the society is filled with obscenities. Just when the elders, and we all know this, how the elders during the committee case that involves sexual immorality, the perverted questions that they will ask, if you took away that it was a committee meeting and just put that in writing, it would be considered pornography.
Yeah. Well,
by the questions they ask. So again, they don't leave anything in Jehovah's hands, as they say, which proves they know it's false.
Yeah.
So that's why they get involved in this stuff.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Steve. No, that's good. No, thank you for bringing that up. We appreciate that. All right. Well, anyways, we're going to be going to Apostate, but I wanted to let you know we will have a 6-screen Sunday tomorrow. So you want to listen in beginning at 12 o'clock. We have a program called Cult Busters. We have Chad Burns coming out of Illinois, and he'll be talking tomorrow about the Oneness Pentecostal group, who he identifies as a cult. So he's going to be talking about them tomorrow. He's got a guest as well coming on. And then, of course, the Knowing God program, that's with Jody and with Scott Walton. They come on at 1 o'clock. And then 2 o'clock, we go to ex-Jehovah's Witnesses share their spiritual journey. Tomorrow, we have a man named Tom. He's coming in from New Hampshire, and he's going to tell you what he did for spirituality when he left the Watchtower. And then, of course, we have JW World News at 3 o'clock. And that's the Sunday edition. So we'll have that tomorrow at 3. And then we got the Christian Court. My goodness, what a program that is. If you haven't heard the Christian Court, you know, in the world of Christianity, there's a wide spectrum of understanding between scriptural explanations and personal mixed peculiarities, a gray area lacking clearly defined information. The Christian enters the uncertain zone, a zone where Christians will differ in interpretation. Some say their explanation is correct. Others propose that they got it right. And we can ask the scholars. That's tomorrow at 4 o'clock. And then at 5 o'clock, we have Jay Hess. He was one time associated with the Watchtower writing department. And he's got his own program called Making Disciples with Jay. He'll be on tomorrow at 5 o'clock. So we got a full lineup tomorrow right here on the 6 Screens Telenetwork. Now, also, I wanted to say, if you guys really like what you saw here tonight, what you can do is click on the button, subscribe, or you can just like us or share it and let people know what's going on here in the 6 Screens, because a lot of people would like to be able to call in and talk to people in real time. Well, we want to thank you very much for coming in here tonight and being with us. We always appreciate it. We want you guys to keep standing tall and waving that flag of victory. And the last one, leaving the Watchtower, please turn off the new light. We're going to Apostle, babe. Stay with us. She's up here next, right on our 6 Screens network. Thank you, though, for coming in tonight. And a special thanks to for all those people that spoke up and talked here tonight. Thank you. All right, well, let's end the broadcast. And now